Hello, we are coming to you live from Cape Town, and we are waiting for President Cyril Ramaphosa in 3 hours' time to address the opening of Parliament. It really is a State of the Nation address. We are hoping he's going to tell us what he, together with the Government of National Unity, have got planned for the next 5 years. And we really hope that he takes us into his confidence, tells us how it's going. Are any of the problems insurmountable? Is there going to be the sort of change that South Africans voted for in the May elections? There are a couple of firsts. Jacob Zuma's Umkhonto weSizwe party will be making its way to Parliament. They become the official opposition. The DA, no longer the official opposition. And we know how whenever the president or anyone in the ANC speaks, they pick apart every single bit of that speech. I suspect that's probably not what we're going to be seeing today. A couple of things that we do know is not going to happen. There won't be a flyover because the weather has been so bad, even though right now it's quite glorious. And that most of us are still in the honeymoon period when it comes to the Government of National Unity. And why shouldn't we? This is how it all came about. I'm in Joubert Park, which is in the centre of Johannesburg. This is one of the biggest voting stations. Some 6,000 people are registered here to vote. That's out of the 27 million people registered throughout the country. It's the highest number we've ever seen. So it really shows you how seriously people are taking these elections.
In the end, it is the democratic process in our country that is victorious. And the ANC will dividend from there by the
A lot of screams and cries for joy when the former president did arrive by MK party.
We have shown our ability to act against the corrupt within the ANC. It took us a long time. There now, Jacob. Corrupt faction within the ANC is now a corrupt ANC.
We've run a good campaign at African National Congress. It's my hope we will achieve another parliamentary.
Voting was in 1994. So because of people sitting on top there, actually us on the ground. So now maybe things will happen.
It seems like the IEC is failing.
If I'm not mistaken, about 50 people with have been arrested.
We said for the last 30 years that the way to rescue South Africa is to break the ANC's majority. They're going to end up in the low 40s. And that obviously opens up a whole new universe for politics in South Africa.
Engage in discussion with the ANC.
They've been put forward are too serious, very serious. These are serious people who have done serious things, and we cannot allow them.
Whether we are right.
You're not trying to mess with that 300,000.
No, I'm not trying to mess with that. We are right. Was a word Gwala. So the ones that lost, let them fight.
Apologies for the buffering problems there. It's the joy of going live, isn't it? Xolile George, Secretary of Parliament, is joining me, and I know you've got challenges as well today. The weather, for a start, though it's now gorgeous. I believe there's not going to be any flyover. What else has been impacted by it?
Well, if we're in charge of the weather, Jane, we would give everyone the blue skies.
Yeah.
What we are accustomed to in February. But Cape Town, being Cape Town, it can give you 4 weathers. We are appreciative of what is happening now outside, starting from the rain that was torrential in the morning. Now we are saying 3 more hours. Can we have this?
Please.
At least just for 3 more hours. But we do have Plan B, which is more about the ceremonial aspects of the work. In case it rains then we will be able to ensure that we mitigate against that. So there is a wet plan around responding to that. So far, we look forward to a dry 6 to 8 o'clock.
So tell us what's going to be happening from now until the president makes his speech at 7 o'clock.
As it is now, there will be a guided arrival in terms of the standard procession, which we do, seeing that there are 3 arms of the state who are gathered here: the executive, the legislature, which is parliament, and the judiciary. So that's the construct of our constitutional order, that the state is comprised of 3 arms. Those 3 arms are here. You also have members of the diplomatic corps. You also have former heads of state of South Africa who are part of the proceedings. So essentially there will be a guided protocol in terms of the standard state protocol as well as parliamentary protocol, because we are the receiving house for other arms of the state. So whatever that takes place from a protocol point of view is governed and managed by parliamentary protocol. So from now on, there are members who are arriving, which we envisage that from 4 o'clock you'll start seeing a number of people flowing towards the city hall, being offloaded from buses and so on. And then later on, the start of the protocol of arrivals, meaning from delegates, who arrives first and so on. So the sergeant at arms, the ones who are leading in front, and the usher of the black rod would quietly arrive and get inside, dressed up already. And then the Secretary of Parliament will then arrive. And from the arrival point, then we will be able to await the arrival of the second guest, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. And then we are all now structured with deputies of the Speaker, deputies of the Chairperson of the NCOP, so that we are all ready to receive now the first arrival of others. So the first order of protocol is the receiving authorities of Parliament that would now start receiving other members, former heads of state, former deputies, and until we are ready at a stage where we receive the key guest into the house, which is the President of the Republic, who would then be ushered in terms of the Senate protocol until the President takes the 21-gun salute outside to the armed forces.
So Cape Town, we know, because yesterday we tried to go out to dinner and we got stopped at every single road, and then we got stopped in the middle of a taxi rank, and they weren't pleased to have us there. So it's kind of under lockdown in certain areas. And obviously security is always a priority, considering also, or exacerbated by the fact that we saw Donald Trump, that attempted assassination on him. What sort of security do you have around here? How confident are you that everyone's going to be safe?
Well, there is a security structure for our country similar to any other country, which is called the Joint Security Cluster, that looks at all aspects of security, working of course with parliamentary security, given that it's Parliament that is hosting the event. So there's an integrated management approach to the question of security, physically, and all other forms of security. So we're quite confident that all is under control.
Okay, so all is under control on the outside. What about being under control on the inside? We've seen incidences of bad behavior, particularly from the EFF. There are new rules now. Tell us how those rules work.
Well, Parliament has got rules, and rules set standards of behavior. They govern the conversations inside the house, and they get administered in each of the houses. So this sitting, Jane, is a joint sitting. In a joint sitting, there's also what we call joint rules. They get applied by the presiding officers to guide conversation and also respond to any issues that come from the floor. And those rules will apply today in case there is any...
And so what happens if there is bad behavior? What's the punishment?
The rules are quite adequate to tackle that, and we're quite confident that rules will be applied, and we expect members to respond to the rules that have been set in such a manner that the decorum of the House is maintained, it's not allowed to degenerate.
What if they don't?
The rules also guide how to deal.
The rules will be rules. Okay.
Rules are very effective in instances like that.
Okay, you're not going to tell. So the Pala Pala saga, it's been brought back. Well, should it return to Parliament now? How do you expect that playing out?
I'm not sure if a matter like that is for the Parliament to decide now, because as we all appreciate, it's before the courts now.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what the outcome of the court is, if it directs it back to Parliament with whatever decision of law that has been made, Parliament would look into the matter in the manner consistent with how Parliament respond to determinations of our courts, and they will be able to look into that matter. But as it is now, it is a matter that is sub judice, and our courts are seized with that matter.
There was quite a bit of conversation about some of the names put forward to be ministers of Parliament. How do you screen them? How do you vet them? If somebody's watching today and they say, okay, how can somebody who's got allegations against them get to this position? What's your role?
Parliament has got its own ethical code. It has got its own framework around members. So we swear members. Once members are sworn in, they are eligible because they qualified to be members as declared by the IEC. Based on the decree of IECs, they are sworn in as members. But once they are sworn in, it means they have now been activated to be members of Parliament, Jane. Then the rules of Parliament apply to them. So if there's any transgression that has happened inside, in any matter, whether it's deviant behavior or an allegation has been made against a member, that member belongs to a political party. That political party will then decide how to deal with a member in terms of its own political policies. But when it comes to a transgression that has occurred in the House, Parliament has got its own infrastructure to deal with that transgression, either referral of the member to the Powers and Privileges Committee. If it's a matter of Ethics Committee, it gets determined through the Ethics Committee. But it has got its own adequate infrastructure to respond to transgressions that have happened within the domain of the House. If it's an issue from outside that affects a member, political parties are able to deal with that. Likewise, in the executive, there will be an executive code that governs how to deal with that.
I know you're a busy man, so I'm going to let you go, but are you excited about today, the culmination of what's been a rather exciting elections and the new government of national unity?
We're quite excited, Jane, also take into account the daunting responsibilities we have as Parliament. Remember, Parliament is the bedside of the executive. Parliament is where everything is born, and it's also where everything gets buried, so to speak. So we had to manage a transition from March, April up until after election, because the moment results are announced, a list gets drawn by IEC, it gets handed over to Chief Justice. Chief Justice hands over to the Secretary of Parliament. That is the list that people must be sworn in, and we have done that part. Managing a delicate balance. After that, electing head of state, we've done that. Electing presiding officers of Parliament, done that. After that, you are able then to take members through a rigorous training program to orientate them about what is Parliament, how does this animal. We've done all of that. Right up until last week, where committees were set up, functional, chairpersons elected, house chairpersons right through. So we are almost 90%, Jane, around the establishment phase of Parliament. So we're quite excited that in the 7th administration, with the new political realities of a GNU, Parliament is adjusting to see how it must administer the engagement consistent with its own constitutional responsibilities.
Let's hope next time I speak to you, it will be in Parliament. Golila George, ANC, Secretary of Parliament, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
We're going to listen now to Tsidi Madia. She was speaking to the ANC Chief Whip a little bit earlier on.
Welcome to the Cape Town City Hall, but for today's purpose, of course, this is Parliament. We're in the precinct of Parliament. If you look behind me, it is a very gloomy day, first, let me say that. But if you look behind me, you'll see the statue of the founding father of South Africa's democracy, President Nelson Mandela, 30 years on, really, into this democracy. democracy. And I think odd, maybe what, 34 years on since he was Grand Parade. I think that's actually where that statue is from. Where is the Grand Parade coming from, released from Fester, and we're on the pathway towards democracy. Today, we'll find out what the democracy has to dish out to us, because Prince Ramaphosa must chart a way forward for the country, and he officially opens Parliament on this, as I keep saying, super wet day in Cape Town. I am joined now by the ANC's chief whip, also very new to Parliament, Nduli, who takes on the role from Pemima Jodina to try and keep the focus from the ANC in check and to play a role. While they're not a governing party, they're now still the majority party and part of a governing coalition under the label of Government of National Unity. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Eyewitness News. It's an incredibly horribly rainy day, so you're also adapting to Cape Town as it is, but you're also new on the job. You're adapting to Parliament. So let's
something is being affected, or our live stream is being affected, so apologies for that. But the nice thing is, here in the studio it's going seamlessly. I've got my guest political analyst Sanusha Naidu joining me, and you don't want to talk about politics, you just want to talk about clothes, don't you?
Well, I wish we could, but I mean, it's going to be a fashion statement as well. I mean, you're going to get new new ministers that are going to be on that red carpet for the first time. I think we got our favorites that we're looking out for, like Gayton McKenzie, looking at the new ministers from the DA, as well as some of the DMs that are coming into their positions, and it's going to be interesting. So I think your reporters on the red carpet are going to actually have a lot of time to also do a bit of their fashion police in this respect.
And do you remember the last State of the Nation address? The DA, they were all dressed in black.
Yeah.
They said, you know, this is the message of austerity. Why are we celebrating? Why are we showing off? You know, sometimes hundreds of thousands are spent on clothes. I think the DA might have a slightly different view this time.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be nice to watch whether they all kind of follow the same kind of script when it comes to what they're wearing. Obviously, for the male members of Parliament, as well as for the ministers, they'll probably have a particular type of fashion wear.
No, but sorry, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I mean, I think that this time around it may not actually have that kind of very somber look in terms of austerity. They're part of this government. Listening to John Steenhuisen yesterday in his press briefing, you got a very soft tone, not the kind of animated, aggressive tone that you've heard before by the DA leadership in terms of how the expectations they had of the State of the Nation address in February of this year.
Yeah.
And of course now you must remember that they are part of this GNU. So it will be important to watch how that will come out. What's also going to be very interesting to watch is the MK party. There have been a bit of murmurings that we may see former President Zuma here.
Yes,
we're not
I've heard that too.
We're not sure what the surprise element would be, but it would be something to look out for.
And in a way, why wouldn't he come? I mean, he might as well wallow in his success. I mean, look at his party. Look
but
how well
it's not even that. It's what the Secretary of Parliament was saying about protocol. It's something that always has happened. You know, former presidents have been invited to attend the address to Parliament, whether it's the State of the Nation address or whether it is the inaugural address of administration. So I think in this case, it's not out of the ordinary. There's no exceptionalism because he's only being invited because he is the leader of the MK party. I think this is not something that we kind of can draw kind of inferences of in a kind of way that says there's something untoward or there's something conspiratorial. But I think it'll be important to watch. I remember when President Zuma was inaugurated and he did his first State of the Nation address as President of the Republic, and former President Thabo Mbeki was invited but didn't turn up, and there was a lot of murmurings about whether he would actually show up at that. And so
that's a statement in itself,
and he came
isn't
in towards the latter part of the second term of former President Zuma's presidency. So there's all of these optics that play out as well. But I think what's going to be really interesting is the reflections after the address, because those are going to be key issues in terms of what are going to be the takeaways for the political parties. And with the MK party now being officially identified or put in as the official opposition for Parliament, you're going to watch to see what their script is going to be like in terms of their reaction to the State of the Nation, State of Parliament address, but also to the reaction to some of the key points and signal posts that will come out of this address.
And how do you think they will behave? I mean, John Slaughter is a disciplined man. You know, whatever people think about him, he's a disciplined man. He works by process. You know, there's a feeling that he's not going to allow any bad behavior when Parliament is up and running by its members. But, you know, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he comes from the judiciary. You could see that in terms of his first debate on the budget speech from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister. He spoke about the under-resources nature of the judiciary. He spoke about the lower courts and how they suffer in terms of having so many days to deal with court cases, not having the adequate financial resources, both as well as the human resources, the number of days it takes. So he made very important points in terms of the financial and the non-financial architecture of the judiciary. And we know this. We know this in a fact where we see so many postponements with cases. We see that cases are deferred to a later date, and so these are things that are very structural, and we need to understand that. So obviously he's going to bring that in. The question is, will he be able, and so far the MK members within the various committees have stuck to the script. They've debated, they've responded, and they've kind of put into their responses with the debate about what they see as some of the infractions of the South African democracy, the political landscape, and more importantly, some of their criticisms of the GNU. But one of the things that came out yesterday, and I think we have to keep focusing on it, is the budget speech by the Minister of Finance. And he spoke about a 5 trillion rand debt issue that we have. That's quite big. That means that we are basically most of our resources that could be going for our financing of the kind of infrastructure, the kind of policy that we want to implement, the economic and structural reforms, is going towards debt servicing. And that, he says, is a serious dilemma, a serious blight on this administration. And I think this GNU comes in with that big debt servicing dilemma. And that deficit actually is taking away money from what could be really important resources that go into your infrastructure, dealing with the unpredictability of the weather and climate change. And we know on Monday that the President addressed the Climate Change Symposium and spoke about the money that needs to come through the Just Energy Transition Partnership. So these are all kind of questions about how does Treasury now reduce this deficit, this debt burden, which is really we're servicing a debt as opposed to money that needs to come in. And all of this is going to be the constraints around which the stresses of this GNU have to deal with.
Absolutely. And it's easy then not to blame one party, right? Because they're all going to be sharing the burden. What did you make of what Xolile George said when it comes to members of Parliament who have, like Zizi Kodwa, for example, who's been to the court? We know that MK has got some members that have been accused of corruption linked to state capture. Do you think he answered that sufficiently?
Well, I think, what's important to also bear in mind is that the Parliament has a set of rules. And remember, we in a democracy, and we talk about separation of powers between the executive, legislature and the judiciary. Now, what's important here as well is that these rules that are being applied, or rules that actually govern the behavior, the governance, and of course the MPs that actually affirm or take the oath or whatever they have chosen to do in being sworn in as MPs, also have to be governed by the way the party vets them. No, we don't have a system, and this is something very interesting when we looked at the IEC and the whole dilemma that the IEC faced over former President Jacob Zuma being on the MK list to Parliament, where there was an objection. And so Parliament cannot stray into processes that are basically for the members of the party to vet. Now, the case of Zizi Kodwa is interesting because it happened at a time where it kind of intersected between what is the party's decision-making process around the principle of a person who is sitting on the list, who has then been charged with levels of whatever graft has happened by the MPA. There are other members that are sitting on lists that are now members of Parliament that have been in some way or form kind of implicated within the Zondo Commission report, and others that are now sitting there where in the last couple of days we've been seized by the VBS issue and the affidavit that came from the former VBS head of the bank and those issues there. So I think what's going to happen now is the question around whether Parliament veers out of its lane. It has to be a transgression, as I understood the Secretary of Parliament making, a transgression that happens as the MP transgresses the rules of Parliament in terms of what those rules are, and of course the way those rules are governed in that transgression. Right now, I think we're sitting in very uncharted territory when it comes to these questions of integrity, because it's really left to a kind of honor system that we have to have an integrity built into the system, very much like our constitution, that's so beautiful but also has a lot of grey areas in it.
Yes, it's assumed that people are well behaved. You touched on the EFF VBS link. The reports that came out were, written in an affidavit, basically saying that the leadership had benefited from VBS funds. How important is that story in this moment?
Well, we heard this afternoon the Progressive Caucus and the AFF within that Progressive Caucus talk about the VBS is becoming almost this kind
So
of...
the Progressive Caucus is the alternative to the GNU.
The Progressive Caucus was made up of several parties, including the MK party and the EFF, who was actually kind of the architecture was to be the opposition to the GNU. We see that a few parties have dropped out from there, PAC, Al Jamaa, who have now moved into the GNU, which kind of makes the Progressive Caucus opposition a bit light in terms of where they are, but they still have like the ATM there. We're not sure of I think the UAT is still there, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bit of uncertainty where the UAT has moved, but the Progressive Caucus is in terms of the main stakeholders there are the EFF, MK and EFF. So
oxymoronic name, isn't it?
Well, but I think we've got to also recognize that it's also about the reconfiguration of the opposition landscape as well, as we see that the MK party has been now kind of officially announced as the official opposition party in Parliament. So we got to understand that that reconfiguration of the political landscape as well in this context of the GNU and where we are. But returning to the VBS issue and the press statement that was given earlier today, I think what's interesting is that there's a sense that the VBS is getting this undue attention because of the affidavit, because of what has been a leak of the affidavit, which the MPA now is going to be investigating as well, and the implications of who actually received allegations of money that has been received by other members that are sitting in Parliament as well as part of the Government of National Unity, including the accusation of the SACP receiving money. We know that Dr. Bladen Zamande is now the new Minister of the reconfigured ministry, which is now separated higher education from science, technology and innovation, and he's the Minister of the Science, Technology, Innovation Ministry, and he's come out with a statement denying that the SACP has received money to pay a hotel bill, that these allegations are fraught with contradictions. So there's a whole lot of that kind of trajectory movement that's happening, and the media briefing today was interesting because again it is about the VBS becoming a single focus, and the question is, what about other indiscretions and other infractions that are happening in the context of what's going on with money that is being irregularly spent or delivered or whatever? And I think this is what's going to be interesting for the next couple of days. I don't know whether this is going to be almost try to react to the VBS by a deflection. Let's return. What about Pala? What's going to happen there if it comes back to Parliament? But given the fact that the EFF has got an application that will be heard before the Constitutional Court regarding the sixth administration's inability or non-compliance to follow the recommendations of the Pala Commission of Inquiry. And so that's going to be interesting as well. So we are kind of sitting in a very interesting space where we've got all of these questions around who's been receiving what, the scandals around and the irregularities around funding and the VBS and Pala and questions about implications. But at the same time, the GNU has to hit the ground running.
It has to hit the ground running. We're going to come back to you. I'm going to be speaking to the DA's spokesperson, Willie Okamp, in a minute or two. And if you've just joined us, a very warm welcome. We are broadcasting live outside Cape Town's City Hall. We are waiting for President Cyril Ramaphosa to make his address, his parliamentary address, which is actually more a State of the Nation address for the 7th administration. And in it, South Africans are expecting to hear what's going to be happening over the next 5 years, how the talks have been going with his partners in the government of national unity. This is live picture of the City Hall, and so many of the things that we were expecting to happen today have been cancelled because of the bad weather that we saw this morning, the bad weather that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, which have displaced thousands of people. Galila George, the Secretary of Parliament, was saying, well, hey, now we've got these beautiful blue skies, but it looks like the flyover isn't going to happen, but there's still a lot of pomp and ceremony. I also asked him about the state of security, particularly in the light of what we saw happening to Donald Trump, that attempted assassination, and how seriously they take something like this. But I think it's fair to say that everyone's going to be fine inside and outside, and because the Parliament has new rules dealing with bad behaviour, he's also pretty confident that nobody's going to be badly behaved there. He wouldn't go into detail about the rules and regulations surrounding that, but I assume that they're pretty draconian, so it's going to stop anyone from doing anything like that. Willie Okamp, very good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Jane. Good to be with you.
How's your day going so far? I've been
it's
hearing
rough.
you chat, and the day's just begun.
Well, if you want to wear the shoes, you've got to be able to walk in them as well. So, no, we've had a lot of interviews, and I think there's a lot of enthusiasm surrounding tonight's opening of Parliament address. So, yeah, we've been busy, but it's nice.
Is that the first time you've ever said that as part of the DA, that this is some, and I know this is the first time in your role, but I mean, the first time that there is any enthusiasm about what you're going to hear this evening?
Well, there's always enthusiasm about what you want to hear. There wasn't just unfortunately not always the living up to the expectations. And we sincerely hope that tonight will be different, that tonight will be one of those days where an economical build-up plan for the path ahead is laid out. So yeah, we are waiting in anticipation, and I believe that it will be good. The feedback that we got from the Lekgotla that happened over this weekend was that there was really a move towards giving South Africa a chance. I had a discussion informally yesterday with Minister Enoch Godongwana, and he said to me that the feeling that he got at the Lekgotla was one of collegiality and respect for each other. And I think that is the baseline thing that we've got to work from, is being collegial and having respect for each other.
I guess the question is how long that's going to last, right? I mean, there are going to be so many atom bombs thrown in your direction as you progress, because you're coming from so many different sides, and that is one of the problems, isn't it? What do you think is going to expedite the process of getting back to being on the same page if something goes wrong? And I know it's still early days.
Jane, I think to answer that question, we must first look at what the alternative is. Compared to what? Now, the alternative is for the ANC to have gone into government with the EFF and MK and the likes. Now, MK's parliamentary leader is John Slope, disgraced former judge.
Correct.
So, and we've got VBS and the EFF surrounding them, and we know what the EFF has done in the past. So that is the alternative on the table, is having an ANC, EFF, MK government. And we cannot let that happen. That would be to the detriment of every South African out there. So we've got to make this government of national unity work. And you've got to, as Minister Gonogwana said, we've got to be respectful to each other and work in a collegial way with each other. Are we going to agree with each other on everything? No, we are not. But just as me and my wife might have a difference sometimes, I'm not going to the nearest mountain and shouting it from the mountaintops. I'm firstly trying to handle those conflicts, whether it's with a partner of mine or with my wife or with my brothers. I will try and handle it in-house firstly, and that is what we are going to do. And everybody is going to learn to respectfully communicate with each other and say, listen, I do not agree with this or that, and this is my stance on this, and how can we go forward? So we've got to learn and act on that.
Tell us about COSATU, for example. I mean, they are, their message has been that they are concerned about you, Freedom Front Plus, what you're going to do as far as transformation is concerned and the sort of impact it's going to have on the workforce. How do you expect those conversations to go?
The best way to change somebody's mind is to show them that they've got no other choice. And I think by the way in which we as the DA approach this government of national unity will show them that, well, these guys mean business. And they are really here to the benefit of every South African, rich or small, or rich or poor, big or small, black, white, colored, doesn't matter. We must make South Africa work. And this is part of the whole rescue mission that we said in our election manifesto, is we've got to rescue South Africa. We could not carry on the trajectory that we were on. We've got to save South Africa. And I believe that once the COSATUs of the world and other people that might not be that much favorable towards the government of national unity between the ANC, the DA and several other parties, the moment that they see that this works, hopefully that will change their minds and bring them fully on board.
I mean, we've already seen a call for the Bella Act to be withdrawn. I mean, is that something that's going to be a priority, and breaking triple BEE, is that going to be a focus of the DA now?
The primary focus must be to get South Africa on an economical recovery path. So in whatever we do, we can't do it without money. We can't curb unemployment without creating an environment conducive for investments and getting money into our country and getting investments in, so that we can create jobs. The moment that you create jobs, you are also assisting in getting the crime statistics lower. So you've got to have an economical approach about that. That must be the primary thing. Yeah, there will be other things that we will stand firm on. Appointing somebody on a fit for purpose basis and getting rid of cadre deployment is extremely important to us. And we've said that, and we still say that. It must stop. We must appoint people based on merit. Due to cadre deployment, such a lot of people were appointed into positions that they know nothing of. And that opened the door for corruption to creep in, because if you do not know what's going on in your department, how can you curb the evil things going on underneath you? Because you don't know what's going on there. Whereas when you have a fit for purpose person there that knows his job, he or she would have seen that and prevented that and put measures in place to stop that.
Well, Willie Oakham, we're wishing you, the DA, the best of luck, and hope the government of national unity works in the way that we all hope it's going to work. And I'm going to let you go and get back into your shoes. You've got a lot more walking and talking to do.
Thank you, Jane. It was a privilege to speak to you guys, and all of the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just take you outside the building there. We've just been listening to a bit of a tuning as the orchestra gets ready to play. There's some of the security compliment that Xolile George, the Secretary of Parliament, was talking about, to make sure that everybody is safe today when the official procession takes place. There is the red carpet. We really were wondering, with the torrential rains that we saw this morning, what's going to happen to that carpet? Is everyone going to be just running in? And it's certainly going to go to waste. The last time we were here for the State of the Nation in February, there was a lot of controversy around the red carpet. Everyone thought that it was rather gross at a period where there's an economic downturn. And I mean, we were just hearing about some of the staggering numbers yesterday, the massive debt that the country is under and how much it's costing the country servicing this debt, this sort of debt that could be used for upliftment, for helping infrastructure, for schooling, for getting rid of pit latrines. We're also delighted to hear that many members of Parliament and ministers are making that their focus. They're finally getting rid of the pit latrines in South Africa. I mean, that really has been a thing of absolute shame. We're looking at a statue of Nelson Mandela. It's actually Nelson Mandela Day today, and you're wondering what he's going to be thinking about this turn of events. I should imagine that he's rather happy, like I should imagine the majority of South Africans, that there is some sort of accommodation when it comes to other political parties. Athol Chollop from Action SA is joining us now live here in the studio. Athol, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Jane.
I too heard you speaking very early this morning, so it's been a long day. How are you feeling about today? What are your expectations?
Well, I think it's quite an extraordinary day because there's a new dynamic in Parliament. I listened very carefully to Cyril Ramaphosa at his inauguration. There was a lot of humility. There was admission that his government had made mistakes and that he'd listened to the electorate. He was forced to put a new government together. It's a grand coalition with 10 political parties. And I think it's interesting. Even in Parliament, I've been out of Parliament for 10 years. The arrogant swagger is gone. There's a lot more consultation. I think it augurs well for South Africa. I think we really do better when we work together as South Africans.
Do you think the ANC has got it though? Do you think the party of Cyril Ramaphosa really has got it? If you see the way the negotiations went within the GNU, if you see how it's played out in Gauteng?
Look, I think the ANC have got lots of troubles. They've probably got more troubles with the GNU than any of the other parties have. They've got internal fractiousness, which is a big problem. But you know, I think tonight's opening of Parliament's address is actually a forecasting. So if Cyril Ramaphosa really has heard the electorate and there is humility, I'm expecting him to tell us what he's going to be doing differently. You know, we have a rotten international reputation. We're grey listed. We can't grow our economy. Unparalleled poverty, rampant crime, violent crime. He can't carry on doing the same things again. So I'm going to listen very attentively this evening to hear if this is a man with a new plan. If he comes with the same old plan again, the GNU will fall apart and South Africa will be in a real crisis.
And Action SA not part of the GNU. I mean, what are your feelings about it now when you look at it from the outside, when you hear how those conversations have been going? The fact that it went, reportedly well at Lekgotla. I mean, even John Steenhuisen was soft and measured when he was reporting on that.
Look, I mean, it's a new thing. They're going to have to make it work. People will have to make concessions. That's their issue. They've gone into the government of national unity, all those 10 parties. One of them's already pulled out. We have chosen to be in the middle, and we're actually in the middle between a massive GNU with a disproportionate majority, around 70%. So if those bad habits of majoritarianism come back into Parliament, it'll be a big problem. And then on the other side, you've got the so-called progressive caucus, which is actually a regressive caucus, because they want to take South Africa back. They want to take South Africa back.
Extraordinary name, isn't it?
Extraordinary. Somebody didn't look it up what it meant. So we're right in the middle. We're the next biggest opposition party that actually is an opposition party. So it's a pivotal role to play, and I'm looking forward to playing that role because I made a commitment when Cyril Ramaphosa was elected in the National Assembly that we would be a constructive opposition. So we'll support the government, whether it's the GNU or whatever you want to call it. We'll support them if they're doing the right things, and we will certainly hold their feet to the fire if they don't. So whatever promises are made here this evening, I'm going to take careful note of them because that's what we're going to follow up on.
Yeah, that 70% that you're talking about, I mean, that could be a problem, couldn't it? I mean,
it could be an incredible problem, especially if those bad habits sneak back of, being accustomed to just doing as you please. I mean, quite interestingly, I heard John Steenhuisen talking about Phala Phala.
Yeah.
And, I looked at a clip of him about 3 months ago saying Phala Phala is an abomination, it's got to be sorted out, it must come back to Parliament. Now he's saying the last Parliament dealt with it.
And he's saying
it doesn't work like that.
Is a lot bigger now, so we're just going to have...
It doesn't work like that. When it comes to corruption, you can't make comparisons because they're always odious. Comparisons are odious with corruption because if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. So we want people to account for every cent of public money. So, can't say I took less than you did, so you must answer first.
Yeah. And your first gig in Parliament, expectations?
It's not my first it's not my first gig. It's my second rodeo, and I'm wondering what I'm doing back here. But it's interesting, but there's a new dynamic. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
And the fact that the MK now is official opposition, just tell me your thoughts.
Okay, well look, the one thing, I spent my life in the DA, my previous political life, and the DA was really good at opposition. That's what they built their reputation on. The MK were in government not long ago. I listened to Des van Rooyen talking in a Treasury budget debate yesterday as if he'd landed in South Africa off the moon and that he wasn't here during the state capture years. They're not good in opposition. They've never had any experience in opposition. They were good in government, big, large government doing as they pleased. So they're still going to have to make their mark. I don't see them being good. I haven't seen one constructive comment come from MK, but the jury's out. We'll see how they go. But they're now occupying the official opposition chairs. We'll watch them carefully too.
It's quite something, isn't it? Athol Trollip, very good to have you talking to us from Action SA. It's your second gig in Parliament, so we're wishing you the best of luck. Let's just look and see what's happening outside the window. We are sitting outside the City Hall in Cape Town. The music, the orchestra is playing for us while the rest of the processions get underway. We're waiting for the President to make his State of the Nation, his parliamentary opening address at 7 p.m. Action SA just saying that they really are looking forward to the speech today and that they're going to be holding the President and the GNU accountable to all the promises that they made tonight. And I can guarantee you we're going to be doing the exact same thing. We'll take note of every single promise as we have done before, and we will cross-reference them next time we hear the party or the President or anyone else in the GNU address the media when they update us on what's going on. We know that the country it's in a parlous state. Our finances are poor. Matthew Parks was saying, Athol Trollip rather was saying that we have problems in our international relationship. We know that the US is re-looking at the relationship with South Africa. We had Naledi Pandor going out and the sort of moves that she made against Israel has put us in a parlous position again with the United States, but has emboldened our relationship with many other areas. Now, I mentioned Matthew Parks as he was walking in actually from Kasati, so very good to have you with us.
Hi, thanks for having us.
What are your expectations for today?
I think just basically to deal with the common sense issues that are really suffocating the economy. So we've seen progress with regards to ending load shedding through ESCOM. Can we reinforce it because we're still in a fragile territory? But that enables all businesses, all workplaces to be productive. But we've got to also give more support to Transnet because that's key to the mining, the manufacturing, the agricultural sectors, which employ hundreds of thousands of workers, but also major sources of taxes that fund the public services that we depend upon. Similarly, if we can get Metro Rail fully operational, there's been a dramatic decline in passenger numbers over the past decade. That's going to make it easy for workers to get to the workplace on time, boost workplace productivity, save workers transport money. We've seen many municipalities collapse, in effect, not paying workers, not providing municipal services. That's seen workers left home penniless, but also seen companies closing in rural towns. So we need to fix them as well. There's a good infrastructure program of about 900 billion rand over the medium-term expenditure framework of 3 years, but you're not going to spend that money if municipalities are struggling to provide the basics, so you've got to assist them. Also, we can't turn a blind eye to crime and corruption. Our communities live in fear, but we've seen the police headcount decline over the years. We really hope to see the police being reinforced, the courts, the National Prosecuting Authority as well. And
I mean, what I've already seen, excuse me, jumping in, under the new command is that it is something that will be prioritized. And I know we've heard it before, time and time again, and very little seems to be done. Do you think with the new regime, if I can call it that this really is being taken seriously? I mean, do you think they really understand how it impacts our economy?
I think they do. And so look, you'll be a crazy politician who's not sobered up by the election results. Like, we do have some crazy politicians, but the sober majority, the election results is a wake-up call to all politicians across party lines that society is fed up and we don't have the luxury of time. Society correctly expects government to deliver a better life forward, to get the basics right. I don't think people are unrealistic. They don't expect miracles overnight, but we want to see people who steal go to prison, especially politicians. We want to see load shedding being a thing of the past. We want to see our trains run on time. We want to see the public employment program programs being expanded to help young people enter the labour market. We also want to see relief being given to the unemployed, like through the study grant, raising to the food poverty line. But society expects government to move with speed. We don't want to see politicians on social media for the wrong reasons. We want to see politicians opening schools, opening police stations, hiring more nurses, hiring more doctors. That's what we want to see.
I know Kasasu's been concerned with having DA part of the GNU, also concerns when it comes to Freedom Front Plus and what's been said about transition. I mean, is this something that you think you will be able to overcome? I was speaking to the DA spokesperson and he reckons that Kasatu will be fine once they see how effective they are at the job. I mean, is that all it boils down to?
Well, we can go to Khayelitsha and see how effective the DA is at the job right now. But leave that aside. Look, it's a new territory for everybody, for COSATU, for the ANC, for the DA, for all parties. The opposition parties are going to have to transform themselves because they've had a history of opposing anything government says. And it's easy to be an opposition MP. You just write statements insulting a minister. Now they've got to take responsibility for governing very complex, difficult departments. They'll see it's not that easy. But we also want...
And if they start tackling things like BEE, I mean, where will that leave?
Well, see, so I think they also need to appreciate that BEE, the minimum wage or labour laws, those are laws of the country. They're binding upon all politicians, upon all of us as South Africans. They need to be implemented. But I think if a Minister for Home Affairs can end the queues at Home Affairs, can fill vacancies, can sort the IT chaos that results in workers.
Sort them regardless of who they are.
We'll be happy. If a Minister of Basic Education can make sure we fill teaching vacancies, make sure we deal with infrastructure backlog, pit latrines at schools, we'll celebrate that. But I think what we want to do is to see government, all ministers, DA, IFP, ANC, whoever they are, UDM, just focus on implementation. We have the policies, we have our laws, the constitutional mandate is very clear. What we really want to see is implementation.
You say that many of these parties, many of the politicians need to change. What about Labour parties? Aren't they anachronistic? Don't they also need to change with the times? Often they stifle businesses and often wage talks don't go the way they're supposed to go. We've seen violence on the streets. Surely there needs to be change there too.
Yeah, look, in fact, you won't find a society or an organization which is more sympathetic to businesses than trade unions. Because when businesses close, when clothing factories can't pay staff, it's our members who go home without anything to pay for food, to buy electricity and so forth. So we work closely with business. Doesn't mean we don't have differences. We do have differences, that's fine. But we work closely with the master planners to make sure that our clothing companies can get the fabric to them on time, make sure there's electricity. We were very close with business during COVID-19 to make sure the Unemployment Insurance Fund could release 65 billion rand to restaurants, to theatres, to petrol stations, or whoever it was, make sure staff can be paid. So we have an intrinsic interest in making sure companies do well, because then they can pay the staff, but we also want to see companies abide by our laws. When we have a report from the University of Cape Town saying 45% of employers ignore the minimum wage, or when we saw what happened in George when about 34 workers died because the employer chose to ignore the occupational health and safety laws. That's where we have a problem. So those employers who abide by laws, we work closely with them, but of course those who don't abide by laws, then we will have an issue as well.
I mean, COSATU really is the sort of the arm of government that gets things operating, particularly when it comes with SOEs. What are your workers saying that they want? What are they prepared to do to be a lot more effective?
So our workers are actually quite frustrated because they often work long hours. If you go to Home Affairs, it's not the workers' fault that the IT system is offline. There's nothing they can do about it because it's an external service provider. But they are keen to do their job. Police officers are keen. They work in horrendous conditions for little pay. You might find a nurse having to fill 2 vacant positions. So all they want is competent management. They want the positions to be filled. They want the right to a living wage to be respected because they're also mothers and fathers. They want to take care of their kids, to enjoy a decent life. But they want the support to do the job they are hired to do. And I think if that can be dealt with, you can see things turn around. If you look at the South African Revenue Service, where we had competent management appointed, not the crazy ones of state capture, where we filled critical vacancies, where we invested in IT capacity, the turnover was impressive. The SARS employer going out of the way to collect the revenue that's owed to the state to fund public services. We saw our health workers doing amazing work during COVID-19. And they had just been denied a salary increase by the previous Minister of Finance. But they went out of the way and at a huge cost themselves. So all they're basically asking, give us the tools of the trade, pay us a living wage, respect our rights, and we'll work flat out. The workers want to see government succeed. They want to see businesses succeed because they need them to succeed so they can get paid as well.
When you have José Ramaphosa, taking over the role that he's taken over. You're talking about Eskom and the developments there. I mean, do you feel confident now that this is something that is that we are capable of finally conquering?
No, we think so. We think there's been remarkable progress, and often we're too cynical as a society, which is fine, that's part of democracy. But we should also applaud when people do a good job. Eskom has done a fantastic job in the past year with limited resources to turn away a sinking ship. In January last year, we had 12 hours of load shedding, an absolute nightmare. We've not had load shedding for 3 months, and it's not because of elections. Elections have come and gone. We're still out of the, we're still making progress.
Everyone's still waiting for the big disaster to happen.
But we're not out of the woods yet, so we need to give more support to the new CEO, Dan Murakani, who's trying his best. We do give support to Eskom employees who often are facing actually real threats to their life when they expose corruption, when they expose some of these criminal syndicates who do engage in cable theft, who are involved in corruption from the private sector or from Eskom itself. So we need to give them support because they don't like being shouted at, being insulted by entire society. They also face the same consequences too. It's the same thing in Transnet, so they really want the tools and the support to do what they're employed to do.
Matthew Parks, very good to talk to us today. I know you've been a busy man and you've been talking to many people. The night is not over yet, but as you said, let's hope we see good behavior on all fronts, and everybody needs to change. I mean, it's time to change. 30 years on of democracy, and I think the fact that parties have agreed that they can get together and overcome many differences, I mean, we could see something rather extraordinary. So thank you for your time.
Cool, thank you.
All right, let me tell you what's happening outside the building that will soon house many former heads of state, members of parliament. It is the City Hall, and every time we seem to go there, the music stops. It's quite something. Again, that's what's happened with live TV. Sanusha Naidu, who's been talking to us, is going to be back with us in a minute, and we're going to assess with her what our guests have been talking about. And it seems that all around there is a level of optimism, which is a real rarity in South Africa, within South African politics, particularly Sanusha, with parties like the Democratic Alliance. I mean, they were quite complimentary today and rather hopeful too.
Yeah, I mean, Jane, this is a moment where it's a very delicate moment for most political parties.
Yeah.
Not just for the ANC. I think what we need to appreciate more is that this is not just about the ANC. Yes, the ANC as the dominant political party has actually come down to 42%. It hasn't been able to dominate the political landscape, and that decline is not something that has just happened under the Ramaphosa presidency. Really, it's been declining for a while, that it's been losing its support base. It hasn't been in tune, it hasn't been in sync with its electorate. And of course, the other thing to bear in mind here is essentially that we are having the Democratic Alliance also has to make this work. It's not as if that they can come back in 2026. Remember, next year is a pivotal year for election campaigning as well. So we'll have to look at this State of Parliament address in light of what will be the State of the Nation address next year. And remember,
how different do you think it's going to be? As you say, elections are coming up again.
Yeah, and 2026 is a benchmark for this GNU. We keep talking about a 5-year period. I think we've got to be much more sober about this. This GNU has a 2-year period. Now, if the elections in 2026 happen at the same time in terms of the electoral laws and how it needs to happen within a 90-day period of when the last election happened and so forth, you're looking at election season starting all over again in 2025, perhaps in the latter part of 2025. That means that political parties are going to go back to constituencies and say, right, we've been in this government of national unity, what have we done? There is an accountability. So you can't actually defer and say, well, we inherited a ministry that was completely collapsing and that we hadn't been able to turn it around, and we have a bureaucracy that didn't, our relationship with the DG, the relationship with the deputy minister had fallen apart, there was no communication, because then of course you're going to have a situation where, for example, you can keep saying now, like we see in the Western Cape, the question of declaring it a national disaster because of the floods and what has been freak climate change impacts in terms of tornadoes and whatever we've had in the last several days and the last 10 days. But you're now part of that government. You're not actually sitting outside. So the question would be is, how do you frame yourself? You can sit in a family and you can say, I don't think this was really where we could get what we wanted. But at the same time, you've got to also understand that there has to be a level of saying, we got to make it work. So it's almost that kind of sense one gets, is that it's a catch-22 for most political parties in the GNU. It's you're damned if you don't and you're damned if you do, but you have to make it work. And so I think from a tactical perspective, if we take how you define the art of diplomacy and how you define the Chinese philosopher of art of war, you're kind of actually thinking here, you know what? Now everybody's accountable and everybody has to basically come to the party. So the optimism you're seeing, even from Matthew Sparks, just hearing a bit of how he interprets the labor question and so forth, I think they're all realizing that it's not a situation where we can sit back and say, well, you didn't do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, everyone's going to be responsible. Where does Gwede Mantashe leave this whole picture?
I think what has been fascinating for me in the last several days is a number of op-ed pieces I've seen in mainstream media by ministers, or interviews that they've been given. And there's been a common thread, and that is the role of the private sector. Previously, there was a bit of a hesitancy about private sector. Listening to Minister Matasha's talking about the role of the private sector in the South African refinery in Sapref, which has been a big issue in the 6th administration, and even in terms of where does South Africa's refining capacity come from. If you look at the petroleum upstream, downstream bill, it has actually become stagnant in Parliament, because the bill kind of gave the minister a lot of convening power, a lot of powers. There was concern by private investors and investors from the outside about what would be the implications of setting up setting up a state-owned kind of entity around the resource mobilization, the petroleum sector. And now you're hearing we need the private sector to come on board. Similarly with the transport sector, we need the private sector to come on board. I'm wondering whether part of the operationalization of what we're going to be seeing in terms of what we saw with Eskom, divided into 3 parts, into transmission, into procurement and innovation, is how do you actually create a build, operate, transfer system that you do need the private sector to come in.
Absolutely.
And NEDLAC is going to be key to that. The stakeholder discussions that are happening within the 4 chambers. Labour is there. Labour has to also realize that part of the challenge is, if you look at our inflation data, what the Reserve Bank said today was fascinating. It said that it's keeping the interest rates stable, it's unchanged. They predict that in the 3rd quarter of this year that we may actually adjust to the bandwidth of inflation between the 3 to 6%. Now, globally, if you're reading what's happening in global markets, one of the unsustainable issues in terms of what a black swan event could be from an economic perspective is what we're seeing, where countries like the US are actually living on a major fault line in their economy on the issue of that they are basically borrowing more, and there's a big GDP debt ratio crisis coming in terms of global inflation. So once you look at the US GDP data, the fact of the matter is the US economy is in a very, very difficult position. What happens in the US will affect us. What happens in China will affect us. So the question would be is what the minister said yesterday. If we have to keep inflation at the particular bandwidth of 3 to 6%, or we do know that the Reserve Bank governor has been trying to move that metric to 3 to 5%, which means that you and I and the ordinary person on the street who is walking around here thinking about what's going to happen to their electricity tariff, what's going to happen to their water bill, what's going to happen to their mortgage, what's going to happen in terms of food inflation, is if we have an increase of inflation and we reduce the bandwidth to 3 to 5, it's a heavy impact on ordinary lives. So I think the challenge for us right now is to look at how do you actually create more affordability. The Minister of Electricity keeps talking about the impact of crisis onto the consumer, who is basically covering the bill of expenses.
Now there's that beautiful music happening in the background. I'm wondering if we could get the picture of that while we're talking. as lovely as it is having the camera on you the whole time. We were talking about crises, and Athol Trollip said, you know, he pinpointed South Africa's relationship with the international community, and we have some fans and some detractors, and I know we've got to re-establish our relationship with the US, particularly when it comes to trade and economics and that side of the world. What do you think we're likely to see under the new regime?
Well, we heard the Minister of DIRCO, the Department of International Relations Minister, in his budget speech talk about a continuity in the foreign policy architecture. I think what we're going to be interested to look at is in the next 10 days, if I'm not mistaken, the US government is going to have a meeting of the African Growth Opportunity Act. We've heard that our Minister of Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Park Stow, together with the two deputies, are probably going to be there for that review, and that's a critical review because it kind of puts you back onto the trade preferential access to the US market around certain zero tariffing.
Crucially important.
Yeah, but it has also been politicized. So one of the things that we've got to be very aware of within the international economic architecture is how trade has become politicized through the WTO, through these kinds of dynamics around tariffs and pushing against what we saw with the Chinese around the electric vehicle market, the tension between the US and Beijing, but also the tension between the EU and China, because China has become quite a disruptor to global value chains, particularly along the lines of making things like electric vehicles very affordable. And so there's a pushback from markets in Europe as well as the US market around the fact that China has become a very, very disruptive competitor to the global value chain around the electric market.
And note the tariffs that are going to be imposed on China, which
but
will
if you
have
look
a
at our
devastating
market,
impact on
look at our market, when you look at the number of Chinese brands that are now sitting in our market, when you look at Haval, you look at Sherry,
almost, 4 out of 5 cars on the road.
that's because they're coming into our market where they're making access to goods that were otherwise unaffordable affordable. So you're seeing more of Chinese brands in the market. We hear now that the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Steenhuisen, talking about the Asian market, and in particular the Chinese market, being a boon for South Africa's avocado industry. That's important. However, you've got to understand that if your trade and logistic access is disrupted, like we're seeing in the Red Sea with those kinds of conflicts, if our ports are not well equipped to deal with the volume of trade that needs to come through into our markets, because we're not just opening up access to the internal market, we're also a re-export of machinery into landlocked countries, into Africa. So there are other ports in Africa that are becoming competitive, they're being built. We need to get our act together within those port industries. And so what the Labour Minister needs to think about, and what the Transport Minister needs to think about with DTIC together with COSATU and the Labour Federations, is ensuring that your port is viable. You cannot have a port that takes more than 40 days to offload and unload goods. It's just going to be a logistical nightmare, but that depends on workers. The other point to make here is that we heard yesterday that Trump has also issued a kind of statement to suggest that he said to Taiwan, and you know there's a semiconductor company called TMSC, I think it is. It's from Taiwan.
Funny, I didn't know about that one.
Big chip industry, semiconductor production company that sits in the US and gets and actually controls the chip industry value chain. He actually said if the Taiwanese want to actually have military assistance, they must pay for it. That changes the dynamic about the South China Seas. It's about the kind of veneer of shield that the US has had. They've never come out explicitly and recognize Taiwan as the one under the One China policy, but they kind of play within the architecture of skirting around this issue. And so with Trump presidency, we have to also think about what will be some of the implications. So I think for us, you know, the AGOA is important. There's a legislation that has been passed by the US House of Representatives that essentially says they need to review the South Africa-US relations. There's a sense that South Africa hasn't necessarily aligned a lot. They've kind of been less aligned to the US. The US feels a bit out of sorts with South Africa.
But listen, we can assume that Donald Trump is going to get in right now. We were saying he's shot to presidency, literally. We know what he thinks about Africa. It's a word that I can't use on TV. But surely there's going to be setbacks when it comes to that. I mean, Africa's never been high on his agenda. I think he'll change things in the Middle East as well.
Yeah. I think we've got to be careful in assuming the world exists in one geographical space only. I think we've got to also realize that we're part of platforms like BRICS. One of the things that is going to be critical for us when we go to Russia at the next summit of the BRICS and looking at what are some of the trade dimensions is the question around how do we use localized payment systems. One of the things that has been critical for not just Africa but countries that are transacting in the dollar is that with currencies that are volatile and can be very susceptible to major market currency shifts, can actually pay more for their international goods on commodity pricing, etc., because of the way it's calculated in dollars. Now remember, one of the things that was fascinating about Saudi Arabia, which I'm not sure if they've joined or they're still observing their decision to join the BRICS, but they were invited to join the BRICS last year when we hosted the summit, which was critical because 6 new members have been invited to join. Argentina dropped off for all the obvious reasons. We have Iran there, we have Egypt, Ethiopia, we have the UAE, and of course Saudi Arabia.
Gosh, they all got something in common.
And they all have
dictatorships.
Well, apart from that, they control major oil industries as well. So
they are powerhouses.
Saudi Arabia had actually made a very interesting statement about ending the 50-year petrodollar policy. That means they're looking at other currencies to defray the costs of how you calculate the payment of dollars, the payment of oil in a particular currency. The localized payment system means that you can use your rand, you can use your rupee, you can use your renminbi, and remember you can even use the other currency, which is the real, which is the Brazilian. So this means special drawing rights, means that you can actually have reserve currencies beyond the dollar. That will actually be very interesting in terms of calculating how much of money we pay in dollars in terms of the exchange rate.
And what sort of impact it'll have on some of our debt. Let's go back to Farmer John. You spoke about John Steenhuisen in his new role. How do you think he's going to cope, and what do you think he's going to be pushing, and what sort of relationship will he have with some of the unions who really don't fancy the idea of somebody from the DA holding that sort of sensitive job?
Well, I think, that's par for the course. There's a lot of different reactions to ministers from the DA being in positions like public works and infrastructure, home affairs, and of course agriculture. But remember, he's in agriculture, and agriculture was a combined ministry. Now it's actually been separated. So you've got rural development, land reform and rural development with the PAC leader. So the agricultural sector is crucial. One of the things that I think is going to be critical, apart from just now looking at the avocado industry, you've got to find an agricultural value chain. And I think some of the agricultural economists are talking about how critical it is to the value chain. Look at our citrus industry. It's not just whether we export in a kind of in an incremental way. Let's increase exports, and that will actually sort out our balance of payment challenges and bring in more currency for investment in our domestic economy. No, it works in a number of different ways. There is a non-tariff barrier that he'll have to deal with. The citrus farmers in the Western Cape have been consistently raising the issue of this our citrus being stopped because of some kind of agricultural blight on it, because it has some kind of black spot. But that's again linking back to sanitary and phytosanitary issues within the WTO. But that's also in the case of markets in China or in Asia trying to protect their industry. So there's a number of issues that we'll have to deal with: the tariff question, but the non non-tariff barriers, and how do we actually increase the value chain, not just to be exporters of raw fruit and goods and whatever, but to actually create more value production and addition within the value chain. So are we going to be like, look at South African wine, you know, we're competing with Australia, we're competing with a friend of mine who lives in Vietnam and does a lot of work on China-Africa relations and looks at China in the global south, says that, you know, in Vietnam now you're beginning to see a lot of Chilean wine on the shelves, and he says, but this is something that will be great for South Africa to bring more wine into the Vietnamese market. So there's a number of different ways that you got to look at the global market chain and ask yourself, in the agricultural sector with climate change as well, how do you prepare for that? So it's a much more broader strategy than just about exports as well.
Absolutely.
And one more point on that.
What?
Is labor. Because we have to make sure that it's not just about, you know, having people to work on farms. It's about the transactional, but also about how do you make people assets on those farms? How do you create the value chain of human labor and integration of that labor?
You've got to see their faces, right? Let's listen to the music that's been played outside the City Hall in Cape Town.
Yeah, I need a tripod. Alright.
But it is seated that are reporting.
What is wrong? Josiah, the prophet said. Yeah. We'll hold you accountable.
No, not yet. Not yet.
The prophets.
No.
I was speaking. Carl. Khalid, all right. But Bishop, because you see, Bishop, there was this competition into the second one. He said they came for the Jews and the white. And Ando, Oitani, Tobela, hey, Minister.
Yes, what are you doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Audio. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is that the mark? How's it, guys?
Can I move closer?
Thank you for recognizing. Oh, that's what I'm used to. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know.
请。
Inside Cape Town City, as politicians, parliamentarians, and dignitaries get seated for the opening of Parliament. We're expecting the equivalent of, well, President Cyril Ramaphosa's maiden Government of National Unity State of the Nation address. We're going to find out, or we certainly hope to find out, what's been happening with these talks leading up to this event of the 7th administration. How close they've been, what the obstacles are in their way, what the next 5 years is going to look like from a policy point of view. We've been listening to all the budget speech over the last week, the staggering amount of money that is needed and how it is likely to be used. I spoke to Kalila George, the Secretary of Parliament, and he was telling me how many of these players now have to be indoctrinated into Parliament for the job, because for many of them it is the first time. Also a first here, well, Action SA is going in there, and we've got Jacob Zuma's MK party. They've come storming in after these last elections, and they have also become the official opposition of South Africa, whereas in the past it used to be the DA. I was speaking to the DA a little bit earlier on and asking them how they're going to be previewing, how they're going to be assessing the speech, how they're going to be analysing it after the president has spoken, considering the DA was always attacking any of the speeches and picking each one to shreds, just saying that this is absolutely not good enough. Now that they're in this GNU, are they going to be dealing with it in a different way? We spoke to Kasatu, who was saying that, I mean, basically, and I'm just summing up what Matthew Park said, was that everyone has to be grown-ups here now. Everybody has to change. I asked him if it's going to be difficult working with the DA in some of the positions that they hold and the Freedom Front, plus also what we know about how they feel about transformation and black economic empowerment. And he just said he believes that everybody needs to change. That's the only way that this country is going to work. Everybody has to work together. We've seen characters like Carl Niehaus from the Economic Freedom Fighters walking in a little bit earlier on. He was one of the most punctual. And if I just talk to you about what is happening outside a little earlier on, because of the inclement weather conditions, the fly past had to be cancelled. As you know, the Western Cape has been the epicenter of some extreme weather, and we've had these dramatic winds and rains, and that was what was happening this morning. So they had to resort to plan B. I also asked George about what the security situation would be like, considering, well, the security situation in South Africa. We've got so much crime and violence, and what happened to Donald Trump, how easy it can be if somebody wants to do something, to take somebody out. He promised me that all security arms complements are working closely together, including the security linked to the parliamentary security, to make sure that nothing happens. He was also reminding us of the new laws, the new rules that are applicable to Parliament, that bad behaviour will not be tolerated. Remember that last couple of years we saw the EFF storming in and making it almost unbearable, delaying the process and stopping Cyril Ramaphosa from talking. So they're going to be interesting times in our Parliament, in our government, looking forward to the next 5 years and how people are likely to work together. The Progressive Caucus, they were also meeting today. The official opposition, I guess the two main party players in that are the MK party and the EFF. I was also listening to the EFF being interviewed a little bit earlier on, and they were saying that this is a rather step backwards for the country. But I suspect that many in the country feel that what we're seeing today, what we're seeing right now, really is a step forward, and quite extraordinary that this is happening on Nelson Mandela Day.
see.
Yo,
1, 2, mature. Two, 1, 2. Two, 1, 2, mature. Two, 1, 2, mature.
I would just kind of minimize it.
So we're looking at a rather static camera shot there inside the City Hall. All the pomp and ceremony has been happening outside, other than the fly past, because the weather hasn't been great. Big downfalls earlier this morning. Now this is a very important sitting. We are waiting for the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, to make his first, people are saying, is it a State of the Nation address? Is it actually his parliamentary opening? Sanusha Naidu is here to explain the difference.
Oh, it's nice to be back. I mean, I think looking at the camera shot that we have now of inside the City Hall, you can see that we are going to have the ceremony begin very soon. Premier Alan Winde is there. Of course, you got Minister Ramaphosa, the new Minister of Energy and Electricity,
he's standing up there at the
standing
bottom.
up there.
So
He's always his effervescent self.
I was going to say, I've been watching him.
Yeah.
He is laughing
And he looks like he'll be a great
like,
guy
yeah,
at a
baby.
party.
This is his first stop on the way to the presidency, right?
And you got an interesting dynamic unfolding there. For some ministers it's new, for others it's a return. And of course you can see the minister in the presidency standing next to Minister Ramaphosa. Neshavenzi is there as well. So you got a nice, interesting dynamic going on within the chamber, but also bearing in mind that a State of the Nation address is really a reflection of the 12 months that a presidency, a cabinet has been in terms of their work. What have they achieved? The milestones, the kind of reflection that happens over a 12-month period. I think a State of Parliament address is really, sometimes we conflate the two, but I think having discussed this and trying to find that kind of discerning dynamic between the two events and what the implications are in terms of what we need to look out for. It happens after an election, you have an elected president, you have a cabinet established, and it's also about understanding the role of the different institutions within the state, the role of the executive, the vision for the next 5 years, because it's a 5-year period, although we've been making a lot of analysis around the time frames of what this means. And it shouldn't be that, when we look at this, it shouldn't be that the local government elections should have an impact, but it's the way the politics intertwines with the entire architecture of the political spectrum. And I think the State of the Parliament address also gives an indication to the new members, the newly constituted Parliament of the 7th administration, with your committees, MPs that have been sworn in, and new parties that have come in, like the MK party, which is a completely new party coming into the 7th administration with 58 seats. Give them a sense of what the vision is like. But we also have to bear in mind that in 6 months' time, there's going to be a State of the Nation address by President Ramaphosa, and we're hoping that he's still going to be there.
Let's talk about that. And I guess state why it's been bandied about today is because people do hope he'll reflect on what's been discussed to give us a measure of the feeling in the country. Is this something that's going to work? These are the sort of policies that we're going to be touching on. He's going to have to do that because there's so much unknown.
Yeah, he has to set out the kind of vision that emerged out of the discussions in the Cabinet Lokotla. We've been iterating this a lot in the discussions this afternoon, and it probably will do into the early evening until the address is been given.
I thought you were going to say early hours of the morning.
No,
really?
We're not going to be like the what happened to us at the swearing of the MPs.
It's not going to be like
June.
that.
But I think what's going to be interesting is we're going to keep circling back to that vision. What were the discussions like? And we've heard and we've seen ministers like the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Maropen Ramakgopa, also speak about the kind of architecture that will define the role that the DPME will play, the role of different institutions of the state, the cabinet office as well. We need to understand that role, and then how those institutions within the executive will be galvanized, and the kind of architecture that they will have in terms of what the policy making and decision making will be, how that will be articulated into an operationalization of the GNU, but working within not just a kind of silo approach where there's ministries that need to actually also be kind of recalibrated in terms of what they are delivering, the kind of bureaucracy that exists. It's also the kind of engagement between the ministers, between the ministries, but also with their bureaucracies. And I think Matthew Parks, that was here earlier, spoke about the role of labor in all of this. We spoke about the role of business. We also heard about the revival of the NDP as being a central nervous system to the articulation of this policy. I'm very curious because the NDP kind of floated in the last 5 years. And since 2012, we haven't really seen the traction that the NDP galvanizes the kind of, not just Agenda 2030, which was an interesting point to make because it's aligned to Agenda 2030, but it has to be aligned to the domestic priorities of the state. And so Parliament will have that kind of mapping out. And so Parliament sets its role in the next 5 years as well. But I think for us, what's going to be critical is we go into this State of Parliament address knowing that in 6 months' time we may be back here in the city of Cape Town Hall, or if Parliament is reconstructed and it's basically a new face Parliament that emerges, we may be in the media precinct of Parliament. We don't know where we'll be, but we will be back here.
So many unknowns. Let's talk about some of the characters there waving and smiling, and as you're saying, electricity minister extremely happy. I saw Barbara Creasy a little bit earlier on. She's gone from environment to transport. I mean, a big role. Do you think she's the right person for it? I mean, crucial to getting the wheels of the economy moving.
I mean, you know, it's a massive portfolio, because it's about the wheels of the economy, as you rightly put it. It's about getting the engine of the economy moving with the debate, with the discussion we had earlier about logistics, transport, getting your ports,
and how it's been crippled
linking your railways to your ports and linking your ports to your railways, moving goods and services, and particularly goods across different kinds of transport logistics centers and central hubs. You know, we spoke in the Thabo Mbeki years, we spoke about spatial development initiatives, and those are critical hubs in terms of how do you actually find the kind of traction within your economy. So she has to also deal with, like Dean McPherson in the public works and infrastructure, has to deal with a set of mafia as well that operates in those levels.
I was going to ask you about Dean McPherson. We also saw him coming in, and he's been getting quite a bit of flack about what he's saying. He's either being applauded or people are saying, yay, go for it, but it's going to be a hard job, if not almost impossible.
And procurement is a key issue across the board. So I think in many ways, some of the ministries are going to have to deal with legacy challenges within their ministries, and how that's dealt with, whether it is understanding what procurement means, dealing with the level at which the state does business with different agencies, different stakeholders, and
some of the perpetrators of crimes.
And that's going to be, how do you actually root out that kind of set business practice, the kind of culture that has inculcated itself within these ministries. And it's going to be a tough job, not just for Dean McPherson. I know he's come out from his corner guns blazing, and of course, you know, from the other side, I think they're also going to come out in their own kind of way.
But you know, in a way, it's great that they're coming out with their guns blazing, whether it's new broom, sweeps clean, or whatever it is, at least.
And we've seen this at local government level. The other thing I want to mention is what the Copter minister recently said about dissolving municipalities that have not been performing, and evoking some of the sections of the Local Government Act, and making sure that they can you get them to put them on notice for why they haven't been delivering the kind of services. Now that in itself, I think we kind of had this debate about whether this cabinet is also about local government and what local government means, and we saw this in Johannesburg, particularly in Gauteng, where the DA and the ANC were in this loggerheads around the positions and the MEC positions, and the question around the municipalities came in quite importantly, particularly the metros. I think we're going to have that challenge because it's about traditional affairs, it's about corporate governance, and already we're seeing in KZN from reports today that the ANC in KZN is accusing the Copter MEC, which is from the IFP, of being corrupt. So we're seeing those tensions play out, and I think this is going to be the kind of cascading effect we have to be prepared for, where at the local government level, there's going to be not just questions of how do you deal with procurement, but how you deal with bureaucracy of local municipalities.
And you know, if you think you're going to lose your feeding trough, you're going to fight pretty hard.
Absolutely. And your feeding trough is not just your feeding trough. It has a multiplier effect.
That's right. I also saw John Steenhuisen a little earlier, who was sitting by himself and he was looking rather demure, contemplating, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, the enormity probably of his job and the sort of challenges that he's going to have to take on. Gayton McKenzie too. I think I saw him jogging in.
He's a very interesting personality. I think it was very interesting to watch him when he delivered his budget speech in Parliament.
What did you make of it?
Where he was talking about DSTEM, and there was some pushback from the EFF MPs around whether the DSTEM is still relevant. And he said, well, I live in the present, you live in the past. And he kind of went on to say that this is how I believe that we must continue to support it. I think it's going to be the first sight of ministers that happened this week. And remember, from July 11th to July 24th, the ministers are going to be coming, or those that have already presented their budget speeches, they've had debates. We saw the judiciary portfolio challenged some of the cuts that the budget that the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs proposed, talked about increasing the wage salary, the budget for the wage salary of cost of living, and those questions about how those resources are being used. But I think we also have seen that this week and into next week that some of the ministers are going to have their first sight of Parliament, and they've already had their first sight of Parliament. It's not going to be a place where you're going to feel comfortable. I think that you're going to have very uncomfortable discussions. We saw
pretty scary place, I should imagine.
And it's going to be a difficult place. And
how to operate there.
Some of the ministers that are in the GNU are ministers that are from political parties that are basically two-seaters or one-seaters.
That's right.
And so it's going to be, you don't have your kind of constituency in Parliament. Unlike, for example, the DA, they've got 87 members or 88 members that are sitting. They got their constituency in the portfolio. It may be 2 members in each portfolio, 1 or 2 have 3 members from the DA. The ANC's got the majority, the bulk of that, for 5 members per portfolio. And then, of course, remember the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, who has gone to Rise Mzansi.
Correct.
That's an interesting one, because I think that's where a party like Rise Mzansi may bring a lot of its own kind of engagements and its research and its advocacy. So you already heard, for example, the independent candidate Zaki Ahmed and the social activist saying to the leader of Rise Mzansi, I'm going to support you, you're going to rely on civil society to help you. So that's kind of interesting. But again, SCOPA is
dynamic.
It could be a dynamic, but SCOPA is a very important committee in Parliament, because it helps to understand what's happening within the architecture of the economic and the budget.
We learn so much from them as well.
Exactly.
In their investigations.
And remember, already we're seeing the EFF, we're seeing Julius Malema, Floyd Shabambu there. And SCOPA is really going to be about that accountability of how government spends its money. And of course, if the government money is being spent recklessly or in an irregular way, SCOPA has to basically come to the fore on this. And this is why the previous SCOPA head from, I think it was the Azanian People's Organization, was critical. Temba Godi was critical to this, because in many ways they were also hamstrung by the fact that the ANC and other political parties tended to undermine that kind of committee. And hopefully now that you have this government of national unity, that the lines and separation of power between executive and legislature is carried out in a much more real way. So hopefully the members of the committee, including the DA, including the ANC, don't fall back to their principles of who's in government, but rather to hold their own accountable as well.
That's right. It'll be interesting, and also within the DA, considering what many people see as the 2 camps of the John and the Helen Zille camp. How's that going to play out? Because now they're not a unified body when it comes to attacking the ANC, for example. How do they hold each other accountable?
I think as we're talking, I can hear the helicopter. I think maybe the Deputy President is arriving as we speak. But what's important for us to bear in mind as well within the DA is, I think for someone like John Steenhuisen, the question is, where does he go from here? He's a minister. Is it a position that he retains? What does it mean for him as leader of the Democratic Alliance? I want to say the opposition party, but I have to hold myself because it's not the opposition party.
It's the MK.
It's in government.
It's extraordinary.
And what does this mean for the federal executive of the party? So the focus of this 7th administration is not just about the performance of the ANC, it's also the performance of the DA. And I think the DA will also have to think about what we heard earlier from I think it was the DA spokesman talking about the optimism.
Yes.
There's a lot of optimism that's kind of circling us, but I would suspect that optimism will seriously become a reality, and that reality would be, how do we go forward? I mean, one of the things we haven't discussed is some of ministries like basic education that has concurrent powers with provinces.
All right, there's Paul Mashatile, Deputy President. He's just arrived. Sorry, it's not a great picture, but we can see from the back there. That's a little bit clearer, a wider picture of him walking into the City Hall. All of those surrounded and then after him we expect the President to be arriving pretty soon.
Yeah, Deputy President Paul Mashatile is received by the Deputy Speaker, who's the DA member, and it's all protocol. I mean, this is part of the protocol that the Secretary of Parliament alluded to earlier in your conversation. So once you start seeing the Deputy President arrive, then you know that we are imminent with the arrival of the President. But it's a cold night. Cape Town gets very dark early, so it's going to be interesting in terms of the fact that not everybody is sitting in the City Hall. There are some that are sitting in the VIP tent just adjacent to us in the studio, so quite interesting as well.
It'll also be notable what he says and how he says it. I mean, many of his speeches, I wouldn't say elicit much passion in us, the viewer or the listener, right? They can be rather long and somber and not that exciting, but unlike his inauguration address, which seemed as if it was coming from somebody emboldened by what was happening. I mean, he is now the head of this.
I mean, I think maybe the state of the inaugural speech at the inauguration should be an indicator of what we should expect.
Yes.
He set a tone, he set a precedent, and it's very important for us to bear in mind that maybe he does feel a little bit more in control. He feels more decisive now. He doesn't have a kind of a cloud hanging over him in a sense. Yes, he's the guy that people will say, you know what, you brought the ANC down to 42%, 41%.
But he's probably the right man for the job right now.
You still have been elected as president. The ANC has come together, coalesced around him. 159 members of the ANC voted for him in Parliament to be the president. They nominated him. The DA endorsed that nomination. I mean, all of this seems to be coming together in that space.
I mean, so he's safer now than he's been for a long time, right?
And maybe the cover that he had before was a bit debilitating for him. I mean, looking at Pemi Majudina is always lovely to look at her in her beautiful, effervescent self.
I know there was a call for only South African and local clothing and local fabric to be used. She looks fantastic.
Absolutely. So I think maybe the president feels that there is a bit more wiggle room for him, in a sense that he can deliver a speech that gives him more that kind of ability to be more forthright and the way he spoke at the inauguration, kind of like it was a speech that he was not speaking just looking at his iPad, but he was actually speaking because he wrote that speech. He went through it, or he edited it, and he made changes to it. And when you actually write something, or you have somebody write something, and you go back and you do your own edits and your own kind of self-corrections, you know it from your mind. You know
it was a completely different speech.
So it's not as if he's reiterating somebody else's speech that was written for him, but it's a speech that I hear a lot about the president, that he doesn't just sit down and let the speech writers write his speeches, but rather he goes back and does his own kind of editing and makes sure that he puts in his own kind of feel to that speech.
Yes, and short, sharp, and to the point. We quite like that. Tell us about Paul Mashatile and his role and his position of power at the moment.
I mean, Paul Mashatile is deputy president of the country. I think he's got a very important position in terms of the fact that he's also, I think, leader of government in a way, government business. I mean, let's put it this way, in terms of where he sits in the hierarchy of our political body of the country. I mean, if tomorrow, for some reason or the other, for unforeseen circumstances, that President Ramaphosa has to vacate that position, or for whatever reason, in terms of the Constitution, we have to think about the fact that Paul Mashatile is going to be that commander-in-chief that steps in terms of the Constitution, and of course in terms of the ANC succession plan as well. So it's not as if it's not some people argue that the deputy president position is ceremonial. It's about cutting ribbons, holding babies, and going on trips to try and be part of the political landscape. But I think it's important in the sense that we have to understand the role that a vice president or a deputy president plays. And so in that way, I think it's critical. I think for Paul Mashatile as well, it kind of opens up the space about what the future of his ambitions are in the ANC. Not long from now, in 2027, the ANC goes into an elective conference. But before that, there will be the National General Council meeting next year, which is all the internal processes of the ANC that will reflect on the NEC, reflect on where things are. There will be a review, etc. So all of these things are critical for the internal succession plans, the internal dynamics of the party. We do know that there's questions that the DA had of Paul Mashatile last year.
Well, many
I wonder
questions.
how that will then play out in this current administration, and to be fair, does the DA feel that they're going to continue that stance? Because we're also hearing that the DA may take a more softer approach if Phala Phala comes to Parliament.
Yes. Well, they've already said that they'll ignore it, and then they compared
under what circumstances? And,
yes,
and
and then they
like
compared it to what we saw within the EFF leadership. We saw Julius and Floyd there a little bit earlier on in the VBS allegations. They've already said Phala Phala's got nothing compared to that.
I think what's fascinating about this is immediately after this election, there was a lot of activity happening in the MPA. A lot of issues that were coming out about procurement and issues of irregular expenditure and so forth. So I think that's, for me, immediately after this election, immediately as we saw the negotiations on the GNU and we saw the kind of discussions happening around the GNU architecture, we also saw the MPA becoming very active.
So do you think that's something that we could see continuing?
I'm a bit
Not
concerned.
without the money they need, and
I'm a bit concerned that if you go if you really follow the strict letter of the law, will we have many ministers left and within the bureaucracy? And this is going to be critical as well. But that's just a tongue-in-cheek comment from my side. But I think it's also about
what a lot of people feel.
But it's also about what the MPA has to also think about in terms of its position, the role that the MPA is going to play in this administration. And we heard what the former public protector, Busisem Kobane, said about the MPA becoming a kind of Chapter 9 institution as well.
Penny, she's got quite a job ahead of her. Is she up to it?
Water affairs, I mean, it's critical. She also in the week made that point about bringing in the private sector. So we're hearing a lot about the role of the private sector and whether we're going to see more kind of state-private sector partnerships. And I think that's something in terms of the kind of water stresses and the kind of water crisis that we're seeing, the infrastructure. And of course, we cannot ignore the fact that a lot of this it hinges on what's happening in municipalities. I mean, we talk about municipalities in the context of what their electricity priorities are and have they been able to deliver. I mean, we're hearing now about the 200 Rand levy that the residents of Gauteng have to pay with the electricity.
Which is dead cert.
Yeah, and to my mind, the question is, water has always been that very, very important resource, but it's also been a resource that will become very critical to the access. And the fact of the matter is that with having the ministry with PEMI, I think the question would be, how do you get the private sector on board? But that's going to be critical because the private sector has a vision. State will also have a vision.
Yeah.
The question is, how do you actually get them to speak with one voice?
Absolutely, and they'll have different behavioural requirements, the private sector, for sure.
Yeah.
Certain things that will not be tolerated, for sure.
And we have seen, I think we've spotted members
the
of the
motorcade,
private sector here from different private sector companies, from Business Unity, Black Business Council. They're all here. They're all waiting to hear. I think that's going to be the procurement, the infrastructure development, the economic reforms.
Do you think they're missing Pravin Gordon?
The economic reforms are going to be critical because that's also an important artery for the state under Operation Valendela.
Okay, we're seeing a cavalcade. We're hearing the helicopter hovering above us. I mean, you can feel the studio almost shaking. And as the Secretary of Parliament was saying a little bit earlier on, it seems as though we've been blessed with good weather here in Cape Town for at least the latter part of the afternoon. So they were able to have the red carpet moments. You didn't see people dashing inside to avoid the rain. I mean, there's so many issues that have to be tackled and have to be tackled now. And climate change, the President was saying important things about it, the acknowledgement of it, and where we're going to go from here as far as energy and electricity is concerned. We're looking at the nuclear option.
Yeah. President.
For him for some time. Still 10 minutes or so before we thought the speech would kick off. It's probably going to take that amount of time to walk through, go past the Guard of Honor there, acknowledge their presence. Important also to show that sort of security in the geopolitical times that we are at the moment. What we saw happening to Donald Trump, obviously that has raised security concerns, how easily something like that could happen.
I think we're safe, Jane. I
You
mean,
think
in
we're
South
safe?
Africa, we're safe.
See,
We
I've
don't have.
I've covered the Middle East for too long. I assume that everybody's a target.
I think for us, we're
okay.
we're safe. I mean, there are different dynamics, I think, in the US as well around these.
But if you
issues.
hear how, that took me by surprise, and I've been expecting it to.
There it is, the singing of the national anthem and the salute to the President of the Republic. Colonel, I've always wondered what is being used there, because I could feel.
so. All right, advocate. Lutando. Please go look for Mario and tell him to switch me on because I can see it now. Of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa.
Akana luko channel china naira, akana luko channel china ngamera. Ochana mtanga wacheza, mutasa sinto mataliwe. Bedi makakateri, kakatana murendi. Mata meranchi de la fonda, la nota merana baburai. Rufula ponya, rama samuposi sebewe watu. Africa chipemba lorindana mishuma yao. Dekana riko stabilization, usina chokana chomakana. Hararo mama kona sinabukono. Watrawa matuwa utubuza uchikokobi. Utawa cheno utumabchiro, kabasha yana mfuze. Nanadima musadima musa, watendao. Africa chipemba lorindana musao. Africa chipemba lorindana umana ukoni yao. Gango utaitatima sakala kala Africa chipembe. Ganmaria utabera. Iwa mata melanji de la fonda. Namu siruga pembela tumala Nelson Mandela. Dali bunga. Nona msila. Vele mambentile. Yem. Ripara. Wamamuranga panda. Erechetu wabo. Gango dimasakale deiteya. Umuhaga mkatia mahaga. Mata melanji de la fonda. Kayenda mabanda mwangwe. Na tudeti mwaneze chendeti. Mata melanji de la fonda. Cyril Ramaphosa.
We may now have a moment of silence or prayer. May we be seated. Order, honorable members. I can see some of you think the prayer was very short. I hope you did pray at home before coming here. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 14 to deliver the opening of Parliament address. I now call the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Togo Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Baleka Mbete, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, Deputy Chief Justice Mandisa Maya, Executive Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Lewis, Hill Lewis, the various heads of institutions supporting democracy here present, esteemed member of the Order of Inkamanga, Umama Dr. Esther Mahlanga, distinguished guests and eminent persons, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. We gather here this evening in the province of the Western Cape in the sad aftermath of ferocious and unforgiving storms that have caused damage to homes, businesses, and infrastructure, affecting tens of thousands of people across the province. In recent days, we have witnessed runaway fires in KwaZulu-Natal, in which 14 people, including 6 firefighters, lost their lives. The fires also caused destruction of homes, livestock, and grazing fields. I spoke to the 2 premiers of our provinces earlier today, Honorable Ntuli and Honorable Winde, and informed them that the thoughts of South Africans are with all those people who have been subjected to these terrible weather conditions as they work to recover and rebuild their lives. I have asked honorable members, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces to convene this joint sitting to formally open Parliament on a day that is full of meaning and significance in the lives of not only South Africans, but many people around the world. Today we celebrate the birth of the founding father of our nation and democracy, and a global icon of peace, justice, and reconciliation, President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Across our country and across the world, millions of people are marking this day with deeds of service and solidarity. Through their actions, they are giving life to a fundamental truth that we derive our humanity from the humanity of others. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Mutu kimutu gabantu. Mutu ndi mutu ngabantu. Munu imunu ibanu bangwani. We are reminded of this day that we have a responsibility to each other, and that our well-being and our happiness cannot be separated from those of our fellow citizens, men and women, not only of our country but of the world. We are reminded that as we strive to progress and to prosper, we have a responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind. We, South Africans, are a diverse nation, a nation with different histories, different beliefs, cultures, and languages. Yet we are one people, and we share a common destiny. It is this common destiny that the people of South Africa have charged this Parliament and this government to consolidate and advance their destiny. Exactly 50 days ago, the people of South Africa went to the polls to decide the future of our country. Ahead of the elections, they had expressed their concerns and their hopes, their wishes, as well as their expectations. Through their votes, they determined that the leaders of our country should set aside their political differences and come together as one to overcome the severe challenges that confront our nation. They sent a clear message that without unity, cooperation, and partnership, our efforts to end poverty, unemployment, and inequality will not succeed. Guided by this directive from the people of our country, political parties from across the political spectrum have elected to establish a government of national unity. In an act that is unprecedented in our democratic history, 10 political parties represented here in our parliament have agreed to craft a common program to build a better, more equal, and more just South Africa. They have come together despite their differences, and differences they have. They came together because they share a commitment to a nation that is united, prosperous, and inclusive. Through a statement of intent, these parties have made a firm commitment to respect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the rule of law, and to promote accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance. They have agreed to a minimum program as the foundation of the work of the government of national unity. The priority actions that arise from this minimum program received the full support of the recent Cabinet Lekgotla, which was held recently, which brought together newly appointed ministers, deputy ministers, and premiers from all our provinces. It also brought together local government representatives as represented in Salga. Directors General and other key officials were also in attendance. These are the primary actions that we outline this evening that they decided on. Cabinet will be convening a further strategy session to consider the minimum term development plan, having moved from the medium term strategic plan, framework rather, the development plan which will translate the priorities that these parties have agreed to into a detailed plan, as well as the interventions that government will implement over the next 5 years. The medium-term development plan will set out a well-defined vision and strategic plan that outlines clear goals and includes specific, measurable objectives and a roadmap for achieving them. These goals will be properly aligned with the budget, which will support the implementation of these objectives. In all this work, the National Development Plan Vision 2030 remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. We also draw inspiration from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063 in crafting our medium-term development plan. The Cabinet Lekgotla underscored the determination of all members of the Government of National Unity to work together to advance the interests of all South Africans, without pursuing and promoting party political interests. It is about putting the people of South Africa first and foremost and advancing their interests. The Lekgotla noted with appreciation the commitment and great enthusiasm with which the newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers, as well as our premiers, have embarked on their duties. We will have seen many of them going throughout the country, immediately embarking on their tasks and outlining what their plans are. And some with great excitement, and some expressing their joy at having been appointed. And we all should rejoice as we see them. Honorable members, despite the achievement of 30 years of democracy and the work undertaken over the last 5 years to rebuild our economy and our society, millions of South Africans remain poor, unemployed, and they live in a highly unequal society. For a decade and a half, our economy has barely grown. The circumstances of the people of South Africa today requires that we act together as the Government of National Unity, as well as all key role players in our country, and that we act with urgency, boldly and decisively. The Government of National Unity has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to actions that will advance 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have decided to place inclusive economic growth at the center of the work of the Government of National Unity and at the top of our national agenda. Our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when our economy grows, jobs are created. When our economy contracts, there is no job creation, and in fact, some jobs are lost. The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth. We are determined that growth must be inclusive and that growth must also be transformational. Inclusive growth must drive the redistribution of wealth as well as opportunity. It must support the empowerment of Black South Africans and women and all those who in the past had been relegated to the fringes of our nation's economy. This is part of the constitutional imperative to redress the imbalances of the past and deal with the slow process of development. Through empowerment and transformation, we can ensure that the skills, the capabilities, resources, and energies of all South Africans are used to the greatest effect. We will continue to pursue the programs that encourage broad-based Black economic empowerment, employment equity, and support to small and medium-sized enterprises. We will continue to protect and uphold the rights of workers and continually strive to improve the conditions in which they work and live. Inclusive growth demands that we affirm the position of the women of our country and the young people in the economy of our country. Inclusive growth requires that we remove the social, economic, and cultural and other barriers to the full participation of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups in our country. We will support the growth of rural enterprises and invest in public infrastructure in underserviced areas across our land. We will increase funding to land reform, prioritize the transfer of state land, and improve post-settlement support by strengthening the institutional capacity of responsible structures. To achieve rapid, inclusive growth, we will need to fix our struggling municipalities. Growth happens at a local level where our people live and work. Our municipalities must become both the providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. They must work to attract investment in their areas. This approach can encourage businesses to expand and create more jobs in municipal areas. Investors are generally attracted to areas that have reliable and modern infrastructure. Simplifying and speeding up planning and regulatory processes can make it easier for businesses to invest and operate in a municipality, and this often leads to the creation of more and more jobs. As the national government, we have both a constitutional responsibility and a clear electoral mandate to assist municipalities in the effective exercise of their powers as well as their functions. We will ensure that the institutional structure and funding model for local government is fit for purpose and that municipalities are financially and operationally sustainable. Now, this we will do because our municipalities have been raising this over and over again. We will put in place systems to ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions in municipalities and ensure independent regulation and oversight. As an immediate priority, we will also bring stability to governance in our metros and restore the delivery of services. Many of our metros have faced huge challenges that need to be attended to. We have already begun with this work. When I visited eThekwini Metro earlier this year, I met with the residents of the city, with local business leaders and municipal officials. They told me that they wanted to work together to build a city that they could be proud of again. We've put in place the eThekwini Presidential Working Group to enhance support from national and provincial government to turn the metro administration around and to fix the problems that they are facing in relation to infrastructure, water, sanitation, and also to focus on attracting new investment. This we shall do because eThekwini or Durban needs to be restored to its former glory, and this we should do. We will extend the same approach to other metropolitan cities that face serious challenges so that our cities can become engines of growth and become dynamic centers of opportunities for our people. In the next 5 years, working together as the government of national unity, drawing on our collective capabilities, we will forge a new inclusive growth path for South Africa by pursuing a massive investment in infrastructure. Significant projects are already underway around the country in areas such as transport, roads, water in the form of building dams, energy, and human settlements. We will massively increase the scale of investments in infrastructure through a more holistic and integrated approach, positioning Infrastructure South Africa as a central institution of coordination and planning. We are continuing to simplify the regulations on public-private partnerships. This process had stalled for a number of years, and we are now earnest and focused in simplifying this very way of engendering good infrastructure investment to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development. From our largest metros to our deepest rural areas, we have a clear intention to turn our country into a construction site. We want to see yellow equipment, yes, throughout our country, and cranes and roads being built, as well as dams, as well as bridges, houses, schools, hospitals, including broadband fiber that will be laid out as new power lines are installed. We must work to engender a culture of maintenance of public infrastructure and dedicate resources and establish systems to ensure this. Now, the culture of maintaining our infrastructure has declined over a number of years. We build infrastructure facilities and leave the maintenance thereof to a time when they've started to debilitate and collapse. Part of the process must be engendering a culture of maintaining right from the day they have been put in place. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we are resolved to intensify our investment drive, encouraging and enabling businesses to invest in productive capacity. These investments will lead to increased employment creation for unemployed South Africans, especially for young people. We will drive growth in labor-intensive sectors such as services, as it is happening now, and agriculture, which has a great potential to create jobs. Our yes, agriculture. Our manufacturing capability has declined over years. We do need to re-industrialize our country and make sure that we can create more and more jobs out of quite a number of sectors of our economy. To create more jobs for South Africans, we will also focus on processing our minerals so that we export finished products rather than raw commodities. It is actually quite sad to see us continuing to ship out rock, soil, and dust out of the ports of our country, and yet we can process a number of these minerals and ensure that we export processed products, finished products. That is what we will be focusing on. We will pursue a smart industrial policy that focuses on the competitiveness of our economy and that incentivizes businesses to expand our exports and to create jobs. We will continue to work with stakeholders to develop and implement master plans to grow important industries, to increase investment, to create jobs and foster transformation. Now, we will also review the various master plans that we have to see whether they're becoming as effective as we had envisaged. We are convinced that small, medium enterprises and the informal sector hold the greatest potential for inclusive growth and job creation. We will pay particular attention to supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in our townships, in our rural areas, and in areas that need focus. We will take economic activity to where most of our people live so that more and more jobs can be created. Red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burdens that hold back businesses from creating jobs. And this is an area that our ministers will focus on in the areas of their work, so that the various entities and the various structures of government ensure that the regulatory burden that we often impose on businesses must be eliminated so that our businesses can thrive and be profitable and create more jobs. We have demonstrated the value of public and social employment in creating immediate work and livelihood opportunities for many of our people. The presidential employment stimulus, the expanded public works program, and other initiatives under the presidential youth employment intervention have provided income, work experience, and skills development opportunities to many of our people, particularly young people and women. We will expand and institutionalize these programs so that more and more young people can participate in job opportunities and skills development. Now, through the presidential employment stimulus, we have been able to create nearly 2 million work and livelihood opportunities. Yes, this is true. If you go to our schools, 25,000 of them benefited from the deployment of young people who came in as teacher assistants. Through this program, they gained a lot of experience, they gained a lot of know-how, and they got into the world of work. And many of them are now better equipped to be able to operate in the world of work. We see great potential for growth beyond our borders. As we strengthen economic diplomacy with our largest trading partners and potential trading partners, we will prioritize the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to increase our exports to the rest of our continent. The rest of our continent is actually a wide open opportunity for South African businesses. As one goes around the continent, you often see products from other continents outside of our own. And this can be a real good opportunity for South African businesses. Sometimes as one goes around, you even see water imported from Europe, from Asia. And one often asks oneself, why can't this be done on the African continent? And this is an opportunity for the most industrialized nation on the continent to export to the rest of the continent. We will do this as part of our foreign policy approach, which promotes peace, security, democracy, and development across Africa and advances a more just and inclusive world order. Over the next 5 years, we will seize the enormous opportunity in renewable energy for inclusive growth. South Africa has some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. As we undertake a just transition towards renewable energy, our country must create a green manufacturing sector centered on the export of green hydrogen and associated products. We must move into electric vehicles and renewable energy components. We have seen, for example, how the Northern Cape has already attracted billions of rands of investment in renewable energy projects. Work is underway to set up a special economic zone in Bochubai to drive investment in green hydrogen energy projects. We have already a huge pipeline of renewable energy projects representing over 22,500 megawatts of new generating capacity, estimated to be worth around 400 billion rand in new investment. Investments such as these will inevitably create more jobs. Just this week, we saw the largest private energy project connect to the grid near Lichtenberg in the Northwest Province, with over 390,000 solar panels that will add 256 megawatts to the national grid. We will see more of these projects taking shape across the country in the months and years to come. As these investments reach fruition, more jobs will be created. Our Just Energy Transition investment plan sets out a clear path to invest more than 1.3 trillion rand in a just transition, including support for workers and communities in Mpumalanga and other coal-producing regions. Our country is undergoing a renewable energy revolution that is expected to be the most significant driver of growth and job creation in the next decade and beyond. We also have a unique opportunity to position our country as a major player in the digital economy and create jobs in digital services. We will invest in digital identity and payments, expand access to affordable broadband, and increase training for young people in digital skills. As we pursue these new areas of growth, we will continue with the far-reaching reforms that enable growth. At the same time, we will launch our second phase of Operation Vulindlela, a government-wide initiative that has been essential in supporting and driving reform. It resides in the Presidency, and the Treasury and the Presidency are hard at work to lead the reform process in our country. But more importantly, it is a process that has seen to the breaking down of silos in government, where various government departments cooperate together to ensure that we drive the reforms that we have embarked upon. In its second phase, Operation Vulindlela will focus on reforming the local government system and improving the delivery of basic services and harnessing digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion. It will also focus on accelerating the release of public land for social housing and redirecting our housing policy to enable people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice. We will complete the most consequential transformation of South Africa's electricity industry in more than a century. Since the announcement of the Energy Action Plan that I announced here in Parliament in July 2022, we've made tremendous progress also in reducing the severity of load shedding that beset our country for a long time. Now, over the next 5 years, government will focus on expanding and strengthening the transmission network, the electricity transmission network that needs a great deal of expansion, but that also requires quite a lot of investment. To drive inclusive growth, we need an efficient freight rail network to carry our minerals, our agricultural produce, and manufactured goods to market. Through the implementation of the Freight Logistics Roadmap, we will continue with reforms to transform South Africa's freight logistics system. Now, the work that we are doing with business and unions through the National Logistics Crisis Committee has already contributed to improvements in the operational performance of freight rail and ports. The well-being of our people and growth of our economy depends on another important issue, which is water. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and our water security is threatened by historical underinvestment in bulk water resources and distribution infrastructure. We will therefore continue with the institutional reforms in the water sector to enable greater investment in bulk water infrastructure and better regulation of water services and sources across the country. And this will involve, yes, the building of the dams whose construction in a number of areas in our country is already underway, and ensuring that reticulation also takes place as we build these dams. Just as business needs water and electricity to operate, a growing economy needs skills. Where the skills we need are not immediately available, we need to attract people with the appropriate qualifications and experience to come and bolster our efforts. Now, in doing this, we will continue with the visa reforms that we introduced in the last few years to attract skills, but more importantly, to also attract investment, and also with a view of growing our tourism sector that is so important. And we will continue to pursue a macroeconomic policy that supports growth and development in a stable and sustainable manner. Like many other countries, we have had to borrow money to support our budgetary requirements. We will manage public finances with a view to stabilizing debt. We are firmly committed, to steadily reducing the cost of servicing our debt so that we can redirect funds towards other critical social and economic needs. Our second strategic priority as the Government of National Unity is to tackle poverty and the high cost of living. An effective, integrated and comprehensive poverty alleviation strategy is necessary to provide protection and support to the most vulnerable in our society. Even at a time when many companies are making large profits, millions of South Africans are suffering as a result of rising prices of everything they buy. As the Government of National Unity, we will look to expand the basket of essential food items exempt from VAT, and undertake a comprehensive review of administered prices, including, yes, the fuel price formula, to identify and this we did for a while. When the prices of fuel just kept on rising, we were able to find a way in which we could stabilize the price. We will seek to find ways of addressing this challenge. Asset poverty is one of the underlying causes of abject poverty in our country, and this exacerbates the high cost of living amongst our people. The provision of title deeds for land and housing provides people with assets that they can use to improve their economic position. Income poverty is also one of the underlying causes of poverty. The best way to deal with poverty is for people to have jobs. We have, however, made interventions to support the unemployed through a variety of interventions, including during COVID, when we introduced the SRD grant. The SRD grant has provided a lifeline to millions of South Africans who are unemployed. We will use this grant as a basis as we move on for the introduction of a sustainable form of income support for unemployed people to address the challenge of income poverty. We must ensure that local governments properly implement the indigent policy so that the old, the infirm, and the poor are able to get assistance with the payment of basic services. Now, this is important. And importantly, we will link social assistance with other forms of support to lift people out of poverty. As a country, we need to appreciate the impact that a well-functioning and quality education system has on both reducing poverty and driving inclusive economic growth. We will therefore focus on achieving universal access to early childhood development, which is a prerequisite. And this, honorable members, is a prerequisite for improved learning in later years. We will ensure schools are conducive to deliver good education with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water, and a daily meal for those children who attend our schools. To ensure that we produce the skills that our economy needs, we will expand vocational and technical training in schools and post-school institutions. And in this regard, we will seek to take a demand-led approach to skills development. An important task of the next 5 years is to ensure that we also reduce the high cost of living through ensuring that everyone in South Africa has equal access to equitable, accessible, and affordable quality health care. As we implement the National Health Insurance, we will focus on strengthening healthcare infrastructure, which many people during the debate and discussions on the NHI have said we should focus on. We will also improve the training of healthcare professionals and use technology to improve healthcare management. Now, while there is much contestation around the NHI, there is broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the public and private sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally. In implementing the NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences and clarify misunderstandings. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we have agreed that we will seek to build consensus around issues that we may not agree on. And there are a number of issues that we agree on. What unites us, we are united around many issues. And there are issues which we still need to find full agreement on. And yes, we will work hard to make sure that we do find agreement. Now, with so many people living far from economic opportunities and services, Transport costs take up a large portion of many of our people's income and drive up the cost of living. We often hear reports that many of our people spend up to 40–50% of their income just on transport. An immediate priority is therefore to complete the recovery of the passenger rail network across the country to enable people to travel from outlying areas to cities at an affordable rate. Around 80% of commuter rail corridors are now back into operation, and nearly 300 vandalized stations have been refurbished, providing safer and more efficient services to commuters. The third strategic priority of the Government of National Unity is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We will proceed with the work already underway to professionalize the public service, ensuring that we attract into the state people with skills and capabilities. And I need to pause for a minute here that as the Government of National Unity, key people who are appointed into positions of ministers and deputy ministers, as they got into the office, the public service officials have managed this transition period extremely well, and I want to thank them for doing so. We will continue to fight corruption and prevent undue political interference in administration of the state. In this administration, we will complete the work to restore the financial position and operational performance of our state-owned enterprises. We will complete the implementation of a new centralized ownership model for our state-owned enterprises. This will improve accountability, transparency, governance, and oversight, while reducing inefficiency and the potential for corruption. The establishment of a state-owned SOE holding company will give us even greater capacity, apart from everything else that this will benefit us for. It will give us greater capacity to build a sovereign wealth fund. This has been done successfully by other countries whose sovereign wealth funds have built up capital from the high performance of their state-owned enterprises rather than from the fiscus. So this is an important move. Now, to tackle crime and corruption, we must have capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fight complex and organized crime. We will deploy modern technology to assist crime fighting. A data-driven approach will be used to identify violent crime hotspots and inform the allocation of policing resources alongside prevention measures. We will continue to tackle priority crimes like illegal mining, gang violence, cash and transit heists, and the construction mafia through specialized police units. Now, we will continue to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And we will expand victim support services like the Tutuzela centers and GBV desks in police stations. Now, 30 years ago, President Nelson Mandela stood before this House to reflect on the first 100 days of the first Government of National Unity, recognizing the different views of the diverse parties within that government of national unity, he said, "What brings us together is the overriding commitment to a joint national effort to reconcile our nation and to improve its well-being." Close quotes. The same may be said of this government of national unity that has now been established by 10 of the parties represented in this parliament. We share a commitment to reconcile our nation by advancing social justice and equal prosperity for all. We are committed to improve the well-being of our country and its people through inclusive growth, the creation of jobs, and the reduction of poverty. This is an undertaking that should involve all of us. On the occasion of the presidential inauguration, I made a commitment that we should work together to hold a national dialogue, to discuss the critical challenges facing our country, and to agree on what we all need to do to achieve a better future for this great country. Across society, people, organizations, foundations, and you name them, have expressed their support for a national dialogue. They have said it should involve all key stakeholders in the life of our country, representing civil society, traditional leaders, the faith-based sector, labor, business, cultural workers, sports people, and other formations representing the diverse interests and voices of our citizens. Following the example set by Congress of the People in 1955, the Conference for a Democratic Future in 1989, and the CODESA talks in the early 90s, and drawing on the experience of writing our Constitution in 1996, we envisage a national dialogue that involves extensive and inclusive public participation. As we have done at many important moments in our history, we will seek to forge a common vision and build a comprehensive social compact with a clear program of action to realize our people's aspirations for this beautiful country. Through this national dialogue, we are called to be agents of change, to be champions of inclusive growth, to be the creators of opportunity for all our people. A few years ago, a diverse group of partners and stakeholders from across society came together to consider various scenarios for the future of our country. These were called the Indlulamiti Scenarios 2035. One of the scenarios that they painted and described was called the recrimination nation, using the image of the bird, the loud hadida, as its symbol. This described a situation of inaction where our country's problems go unresolved and where everyone blames each other for South Africa's ills. This scenario painted a picture of our country going into decline. The second scenario that they painted and described symbolized a vulture. This painted a picture of a desperate nation governed by a populist coalition whose main objective is self-enrichment and patronage. Now, this scenario which seems to excite people so much, this scenario saw investment confidence being eroded, the growth path being low, and unemployment and poverty and inequality remaining extremely high. These fellow South Africans also described a scenario they called the cooperation nation, which was symbolized by social weaver beds. This scenario paints a picture where after disruptions and protests, there is a coming together of political parties, the state, the private sector, labor, civil society, coming together in order to jointly identify priorities and leveraging the strength of each. There is change as this scenario plays itself out in the form of governance and reform that leads to the economy growing, with more investment attracted, leading to the reduction of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. By establishing the government of national unity, by preparing, yes, for this national dialogue I've spoken about, we have deliberately set ourselves along the path towards a cooperation nation. That's where we want to go. And we would like all of us as South Africans to behave like weaver beds. Weavers are amongst the most efficient and gregarious birds in that they build complex structures together, but more importantly, they cooperate. And this is the way we should go. Despite all the challenges, despite our differences, despite all the headwinds that we have faced, as South Africans, we are called upon to remain firmly committed to pursue the path of cooperation, of growth and inclusion. We are called upon to behave like weaver beds, building nests, and building this big South African nest that will be able to sustain all the people of our country. Earlier today, a group of South Africans, of South African climbers, reached the summit of Kilimanjaro. Now, as we know, this is the highest peak on our beloved continent. They did so in honor of the birth of the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, and to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our freedom. This effort that they got involved in, or they are involved in, is called or known as Trek for Mandela expedition. Now, these climbers have been joined by other climbers from several countries around the world to help keep girls in school by raising funds for sanitary products and other needs. Now, this is an important part. And what they have done symbolizes what we should all take as an inspiration. Let their actions inspire us all. Let their achievement of reaching the summit of Kilimanjaro remind us that as the South African nation, there is no mountain we cannot climb and no peak we cannot reach. One remembers what Nelson Mandela wrote in his long walk to freedom, when he said he had walked and he had had a long walk and he had climbed a number of hills and he reached this top hill and surveyed the beauty of our country and said he should not tarry too long because there are many more hills to climb. as South Africans, we can summit many hills if we work together and we rise together. I want to conclude by referring and paraphrasing the words of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "Let us rise up tonight with greater readiness. Let us stand with a greater determination, and let us move on in these powerful days, these days of challenge, to make South Africa what it ought to be. We have a great opportunity to make this country a better nation. The coming together of all these parties that have decided to cooperate is quite a historic moment for our country, and we must make the government of national unity work and function and succeed." I am determined, and I've been grateful in talking to all the leaders of these 9 parties. I've been grateful that all of them have, with one voice, said, "Mr. President, we want this GNU to work, and we shall make it work." Thank you very much. May God bless South Africa.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We may take our seats. Order, honorable members.
1, 2, 3.
We thank the Honorable, the President, for a well-delivered address. After we have adjourned this joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left and the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession, led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms, will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the National Chairperson, the National Council of Provinces, the Chairperson, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary of Parliament. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned. I forgot.
Given the relative brevity of that speech, you really get the feeling that we've been here before, with the president rehashing some old ideas, quoting Nelson Mandela yet again. But last time we did have tin swallow. Today we had weaver birds and all the messages that go around building up the nest and keeping together. So we're talking about the president's parliamentary opening speech. Other than the pomp and the ceremony and the guest list, it sounded a lot like a State of the Nation address. What he and the government of national unity are going to do. More jobs for all, time to redress the imbalances of the past, the growth of rural enterprises, tackle the municipalities. He even said that they want capable and qualified people in municipalities. That obviously elicited a good response. And here's an aside here. 32 municipalities across the country that are currently under administration, of 66 out of 257 being listed as dysfunctional. So everybody hopes he gets on to that. He was talking about new generating capacity, looking at getting the country fired up. He was looking to new investments. And it was interesting looking at the comments as he was talking. In the beginning, people are really excited and they were talking about how lovely that picture looked, one of unity and what the government of national unity is going to do. And at the end of the speech, they were a little deflated. And Sanusha Naidu is still with me here, and I'm just wondering what you thought about that speech.
Well, I think there's been
no big bang.
There was a lot of expectation for the speech, particularly on the back of the inauguration and the speech where he kind of went into a very kind of focus around what South Africans were experiencing, what were they feeling, what they expected out of this 7th administration, out of his presidency, and he spoke as if he was in touch with how people were feeling. And I think this time around, the expectation was that he would deliver something along the same lines. But I think it goes back to the point we made earlier, Jane, and that is this is a speech to set out what he calls as the 3 areas that will advance the strategic priorities for the 7th administration over the next 5 years. The first one is to look at inclusive growth and job creation. The second is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And of course, the third is to create a capable, ethical and developmental state. And within those 3 scenarios, he fleshed out what would be the key kind of objectives within that. And of course, for an inclusive growth perspective, because that is what it's about, right? If you create the kind of inclusive growth trajectory linked back to the NDP vision, linked back to the National Development Plan, but also to the Sustainable Development Goals, to Agenda 2030 of the UN, the United Nations, which is a big agenda of sustainable development goals. It is about inclusive growth, and most countries in the world are actually going through that kind of disconnect of what growth means. We have a body of literature that actually challenges growth as a macroeconomic strategy, that if you achieve high growth levels, you'll be able to then have a cascading effect and tackle the real transactional issues in the economy around the high cost of living, around your unemployment crisis, around what your expenditure is. But I think what he did was he went into those dynamics around, he touched on things. He never go into a kind of like, we will do this in the next year. And what's interesting about the speech, it happens 50 days after this election has taken place. So already we are in the 50-day period of the 7th administration, since the June 14th swearing in of MPs, the announcement of the cabinet, his inauguration. So in the next 50 days, we have to see what their strategy session is on the medium-term budget plan as well.
Sidi Madia is out there and she's gauging reaction for us. So let's go over and find out what the sentiment is from those coming out of the City Hall.
You still want to see yourself?
While we're waiting for...
Hello and welcome to the Parliamentary Precinct. My name is Cyril Ramaphosa, coming to you live from outside the Cape Town City Hall, where President Cyril Ramaphosa has delivered the opening address for the 7th Parliament, 7th Administration, be that it may. So I'm standing in the precinct where you'll see a flurry of politicians who are coming around, giving their opinion, reaction really to what the President had to say. As I speak to you now, I want you to pan a little bit around this particular area. What you're seeing is is a lot of movement. It's journalists, it's politicians who've come out to give their thoughts, their view. There is a crowd at the far end from where I'm standing, and what it is there, it's EFF's Julius Malema speaking. I'm also speaking to the new kids on the block in just a second, where they'll also share their views about what the processes are. President Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, speaking about the priorities that he set out for the next 5 years for this coalition government that he's currently leading. It's known, spoken of as a government of national unity. Even that, as it may, is a contentious issue for some who say actually it should not be known as that. I don't know if you can also hear it in the background. There's some singing. I suspect those might be ANC MPs coming out of Parliament. But joining me at the moment is Ntlamulo Ndlela from the Umkhonto weSizwe Party. I said a few months ago, it feels like a marathon. They were the story of the elections, the MK party as it were, and I think they remain that. You know, when we had the first sitting of Parliament a few weeks ago, they were not part of that sitting. They did not take their seats, but they later and I think today is the first time that they were in the house where an event is taking place with both houses, of course, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces gathered together, and they sat in to listen to President Cyril Ramaphosa's speech. Joining me, as I said, is their spokesperson, Ntlamulo Ndlela. Ntlamulo, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Eyewitness News. A lot of people view tonight as a historic moment. Today is, of course, look at his face. They view it as a historic moment. Today, of course, is Tatu Madiba's birthday. He would have turned 106 years old. They gather here today at a house he once addressed, really, at the foundation of our constitutional democracy, and they try and reflect on what the way forward is, listening to the president chart a way forward. Your first sentiments at this experience. Let's start with the experience, because MK Party is new to all of this, the so-called pomp and ceremony and the likes. Let's first speak about your observations of what this moment is like before we get into the meat of the speech.
Well, look, again, we didn't expect anything else but lies, lies, lies.
You told me about the speech, but before then, what about the pomp and ceremony? Doesn't matter.
Well, the ceremony is a ceremony. We're not necessarily here for the ceremony. We're here to work. We're here to hear, and what we heard was lies, So all the festivities and everything else for us is second, important in terms of importance. What's important is what's going to be delivered here, because we are here for our people. We're here with the back of the mandate of our people, and that's what we need to be focusing on.
You had lies. You're not from attempts to regain some sort of movement towards capacity. We are nowhere near that.
You can't build off the back of nothing. The sixth administration did absolutely nothing. There's been no infrastructure projects. This austerity-based financial treasury budgeting system, in of itself, has tarnished this country's economy. So how do you expect, when you've got an austerity-based policy from a treasury perspective, to then unlock funds off the back of heavily encumbered loans that you've brought to the country, and you expect infrastructure project rollouts? Lies. Again, the issue of 2 million jobs. You're talking about EWP-based kind of roles as jobs. It's totally insulting to our people. Our people deserve a whole lot better than what is happening here. He talks about being a weaver bird. A weaver bird, one of the characteristics of a weaver bird is to tie knots, and that's exactly what he's doing. He continues to tie a knot around his neck, and the sooner he steps down, the better for us.
There was an argument in the lead up to this moment that I did NHI would fall away, that being a part of the party like the DA, which has been vehemently opposed to an NHI, it will fall away. Today, he again made a commitment towards the NHI, saying that they'll speak to stakeholders, sticking by his guns. He spoke about triple BEE. One would make an argument that those are reforms, those are positions that ought to be serving the people. So even those aren't convincing for you.
The reality is the following. NHI is a deal for his friends, where it's going to just really be passed through of government funds straight to private sector entities, medical entities. What we need is that money to go into public healthcare infrastructure. That's what we need. We don't need him to fund his friends off the back of what would be an NHI. It's a lie.
Before I let you go, what would you have done differently? Give me 3 things. When you look at his plans, when you look at early childhood development, look at the economy as you've mentioned, looking at the issue of crime and corruption, what would the MK party do differently? Quick hits, primary hits that would make substantial turnaround for people.
Firstly, we need to focus on education. Education is critical if we're about to bring any form of end to poverty. That's first. So we need an educated society. Secondly, we need, number one, to get the land back so that we can ensure that we stimulate agricultural programs to ensure that people are fed. That's another problem, poverty. The third one is that you need to unlock the budget process in this country and let there be free flow of money. For the past 5-10 years, if you look at black middle class, people have lost houses, people have lost homes because there's no money flowing in this economy. So if you need to ensure, unlock funds, make sure there's more businesses that become the voice of the momentum for any economy, as we would know, and for job creation.
All right, thank you so much. That's the MK Party's Nhlamulo Ndlela speaking to us here at the sidelines of Parliament. President Cyril Ramaphosa finished speaking. He speaks there about the issue of poverty. And just to jog you a little bit into some of what was happening in that speech, the president does speak about poverty. In fact, he definitely should be addressed, and part of that included inclusive growth. It included the issue of getting people out of poverty. It also spoke about building a capable state so that you can move towards a development state. And it's interesting that even though Nhlamulo says lies, 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 there are some areas, if you listen to him, that he says that these areas need attention. For instance, education absolutely came up in the president's speech, spoke about the need for that. In fact, he went as far off as early childhood education. And that's something that I think Cyril Education Minister often speaks about as an area that needs attention. He spoke, in fact, touched on very different things. I thought it was a little bit amusing listening to the president earlier, touching on the issue of turning the country into construction. So we think about Dean McPherson, a new member of his government who falls under the GNU. I'm seeing now another minister, but also a representative of the SACP, Dr. Braden Zamande. Dr. Braden Zamande, good evening. Your first sentiments from what you heard from the president?
Well, I think that what I really liked is 3 very clear priorities of government. And he anchored his whole speech around that. Firstly, inclusive growth, and we want to underline inclusive because growth on its own doesn't translate to including everyone. So underlining that as well as job creation as first priority. The second issue, of course, is fighting poverty and the high cost of living. That's really very immediate that is facing our people. And thirdly, of course, building an ethical state, fighting corruption and so on. I'm very excited also even from the standpoint of my own portfolio, because we can't achieve many of these things without mobilizing science, technology and innovation to grow our economy, to modernize our economy, alternative sources of energy that requires a lot of research, which we are already doing, around hydrogen and all that. On the issue of fighting poverty, we need evidence-based decision-making. Again, institutions like our Human Sciences Research Council doing research as to the reasons, the cause, analyzing the socio-economic conditions of our people. I am very excited about that in terms of the work that I will be doing in mobilizing our science, technology and innovation capacity.
Dr. Blaze, there will be a pushback. I look at the speech and I listen to the president and I feel we've heard some of these before. These are not new ideas. They're building on where we've been, but the issue is that we've never actually moved the needle as far as we need to in the past. The question will always come back to implementation. As he makes these commitments now, I sit with the same question still.
You see, the president emphasized something that is very important. Of course, talking about the national dialogue, that we need to mobilize all stakeholders. As far as I'm concerned, we need to mobilize South Africa's working class and the poor to ensure that their priorities are high on the agenda. And that we are going to do not just by relying on government only, but also by mobilizing these constituencies to be able to make their own claim. Because if they don't do that, no one is actually going going to take up the fight for them. For me, we need a combination of government action as well as mass mobilization of people's own interests.
I want to talk a little bit longer, but I'm seeing a lot of your colleagues in the background who I think need a bit of airtime. Before you go, I want you to put on your SACP hat for 2 seconds. There was some concern that will be delivered the so-called before from an ANC manifesto point for that matter. Your thoughts about that push and pull and the concessions that had to be made?
Generally, it's a very progressive statement which actually captures a lot of things that as the SACP would like to see just around these 3 priorities. But as I say, we are very clear it's going to be a contested terrain. We mustn't sit back and fold our arms and wait for government. Yes, government must play its role, but we need to organize all the progressive forces to ensure that commitments made here become a reality. Because there are forces who are against this, are going to mobilize to try and undermine some of these very progressive commitments made in the statement.
All right, thank you so much. That's Minister of Science, Technology and I think Innovation, Dr. Bladen Zimande, stepping up next. You can't get this happy to see me. My goodness. Why are you so happy to see me? For now, I'm speaking to Electricity and Energy Minister Dr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Good evening. Welcome to Eyewitness News. The lights are on.
The lights are on, yes. And as the President has said, I think energy is going to anchor all the 3 apex priorities. I mean, if you think of inclusive growth, you can't industrialize, you can't get people into employment when the lights are on, when we can't meet our own energy demand. So the issues of poverty and lowering the cost of living, we know that they were experiencing exponential increases in electricity pricing, eroding people's disposable income. So one of the things that we're doing is to work with SALGA and see how we can ensure that we alter the mix of fuel generating solutions so that we are able to bring down the price of electricity. And then ultimately the capacity of the state, our ability to attract the right people in the right spaces so that you avert the collapse of SOE, in this instance ESCOM, the hemorrhaging of skills at local government on the distribution side. So energy is a primary anchor and we are confident about delivery.
I want to go back to the issue of capacitating the state. We speak about the wish to have a solidly functioning developmental state. What's gone wrong in the past is what you're mentioning, yes. Not having the right kind of people in the right kind of places. You were confronted by that when you took on the job of electricity minister. It is very difficult for South Africans to believe that we will get it right. More so when at the trading table is different political parties working together versus even when you were by yourselves as just an ANC government. People find it really difficult that you'll move forward. In fact, they look at the cabinet Lekgotla from last week and don't fully believe that it was as cordial, as productive as all of you have been saying it is.
Well, if you're a fly on the wall, you would know that.
I wish I was.
Yes, no, genuinely speaking, I mean, we have no reason to mislead the country. I mean, of course, there are contradictions, and the contradictions are the ones that will fuel the forward momentum. But on the minimum program, fighting crime, making sure that the lights are on, putting people into jobs, ensuring that we fight gender-based violence, ensuring that local government works, basic services are delivered. I mean, we are agreed on all of those things. And we also agreed that it's important that you get the right people into the right position. There's been a misalignment of skills over a period of time. And I think that with the many parties at the table, I think the degree of transparency and accountability is going to increase. I think the GNU augurs very well for the country. I guess it's a tonic that we needed. We are here. We are going to do the most to ensure that we deliver and improve the lives of our people.
Before I let you go, there is a situation that's been brewing in Johannesburg over a surcharge fee, that 200 Rand, that back and forth between the municipality. There's meant to be a media briefing sometime last week. It did not take place. Residents feel that they're being shortchanged. They feel there's a lack of transparency as far as what's happening in the city. What is your assessment of what is going on and what the way forward should be?
Well, like I said, we met with SALGA. There's a number of hidden costs in the cost of electricity. Johannesburg was transparent on how they wanted to bring the surcharge, but it really increases the cost of providing electricity. Like I said, it's eroding the disposable income of communities. So we want to find a transversal solution. So as a minister, I can't go and impose myself on a local sphere of government. So it's important that we are able to determine what are those real cost drivers, and we are able to bring them down and provide relief to our people. And I'm confident that
issue. Interestingly enough, part of the conversation really has been that South Africans, your hands are warm, Patricia. Part of the conversation has been that suffocating. If you listen to the president, he spoke about increasing that basket of necessity goods, and also I think an important one for motorists, trying to find ways to reduce the price of fuel, the high cost, ever increasing cost of fuel. Joining me now with very warm hands, I must tell you, is Auntie Pat from the Good Party, also a member of cabinet, joins me now. Minister, thank you so much for joining me. We stand here before that bastard statue of former President Nelson Mandela. The president, some would say, would spend a lot of tonight speaking about Madiba, but actually he didn't. He spoke about Madiba just towards the end, after the different kinds of birds that we ought to be as citizens. Your takeaway of this moment, especially when you reflect on somebody who I believe you understood and knew, Tata Madiba.
Tata Madiba has done his bit. He's laid the foundation. He's a father of our nation. We should commit not to let him down for the sacrifices that he has made for our country. And as we remember him, we must also remember that he always put the people first. And this government of national unity is called to do just that. Because the problems of our people knows no political affiliation. So this year you must leave their politics by the door and start implementing. We're not starting from a clean slate. We have been doing things for the past 30 years, but we've also faltered a lot. So we need to finish the unfinished business of the past 30 years and come with realistic plans that people can actually, we must illustrate. People are tired of just us making promises. We must illustrate on the ground that things are beginning to change. And that's why we need to hit the ground running.
One of the big things that must happen going from tonight is how all of you as members of cabinet operationalize what the president spoke to there. Those plans must come to life through your different portfolios. What have been your thoughts around what you can do on your part, your bit, about the way forward in the coming days?
We should not be using an excuse that we don't have the money. We are not a poor country, we are poorly managed. And in my department, I will introduce zero-based budgeting so that we cut all this meat and fat that we've added on over the 30 years, you know, inflation and CPI. And then be more practical, but also focus and prioritize. You can't be everything to everyone. My department, we will focus on, we can absorb a lot of the semi-skilled and unskilled workers in the tourism sector. And that is where I want to allocate my budget to skills, demand-led skills, and develop and target the semi-skilled and unemployed people in our country for the tourism sector.
All right, thank you so much. That's Minister Patricia de Lille, Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille, speaking there with really warm hands. And I stress warm hands because it is so cold out here on the parade where we are standing outside of Parliament, where President Cyril Ramaphosa just delivered his speech. Speaking about the birds earlier on, the little clip about the birds where the president had said to people that people must make a decision about the kind of birds that they want to be. Do you want to be a hadida that does nothing and just kind of shouts? If you live in Joburg, you know, and you've experienced what hadidas are like. And possibly, if you are maybe even a vulture, then there's a question mark about what you do. In the president's speech, he says vultures kind of, you pretty much pick at carcasses. You know what a vulture does, but he speaks about people who self-profit. Those are what he defines as vultures, saying that people, South Africans, ought to be like weaver birds, he builds. But you heard in Ndlamulonzela from the MK party saying, yeah, but it also ties knots, saying that the president is tying himself into knots. Another person who's new to Parliament that I'm bringing to the conversation now is Songezo Zibi from Rise Mzansi. I think he's an interesting one to watch because he's a SCOPA chair, and we want to know what's happening with public accounts. Songezo, thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to EWN. Your first go. Every time I see you, I'm going to remind you, like, oh, it's your first time that side, not this side. You're no longer with us. But taking in a speech from the president, not just an ordinary member of society, but being actually a representative of the public in that house. your sentiments, your thoughts about the message that he delivered?
Look, the message was the right one. And I'm also cognizant of the fact that it's only a few weeks since this government has been formed. In many respects, this is an interim speech. I think the really big speech, where to have really big expectations, is in February next year, after there have been a few months with this cabinet further planning the medium-term budget policy statement and so on. But I felt the priorities were right. What the president needs to do, which is leadership, is the ability to get this cabinet of several political parties to cohere and drive a similar agenda, to introduce agency, clear, measurable objectives that can be funded in the budget, because it is on the basis of those things that Parliament can do its work and hold the executive to account.
You know, when you speak about that, sorry, there's a lot of movement. I see Dr. John Kloppe passing by, which is perfectly fine. We've spoken to the MK party in Tlamuna. I'm going to let that go. That's perfectly fine. I'm just continuing with Songezo. Songezo, if you speak about all what he needs to do, it always goes back to the leader at the helm. Everything rests on his shoulders. And in this regard, we have a president we've called indecisive in the past. We have a president who said actually doesn't rise to the occasion, has been given way too many opportunities to come to the party, yet he fails. What would be different this time around?
CD, I think what should be different this time around is that we must also have a president who has to think about his own legacy and what it is going to be. There is an opportunity for a fresh start in South Africa, not just for the president, but for the other political parties as well. I think there is a mood in the country that is prevailing, that wants seriousness, that wants action, that wants clear, measurable targets and so on. And we will know soon enough whether we're dealing with the same old president or we're dealing with a new president who's found his mojo again.
Time will tell. Before I let you go, you are playing a different role, as I said. You have responsibilities now in Parliament. Your approach to what you need to do. You always speak about bringing seriousness to Parliament, because there'll also be eyes on how you carry your job. Mkhuleko Hlengwa, by and large, when your Scopa chair, was praised for his handling of that committee. I think the only other person in there who comes back, an old hand, is Veronica Mente from the EFF. And then the rest of you pretty much are new, trying to feel your way through that area.
Yes, I think there are three priorities, I think, in the very short term, and that is in the next couple of weeks. The first, which has already begun, has been consultations between myself and the heads of various institutions, the Special Investigating Unit, the Auditor General, the Treasury is coming up, and so on. That's the first thing. The second thing is to make sure that the committee coheres. It takes a lot of cues and information and insights from all of these institutions and constructs its own agenda for the next 5 years. The third thing is to target issues that are going to move the needle in terms of oversight, because the committee is limited in what it can do given the scale of the country, 3 spheres of government, multiple SOCs, municipalities, government departments and so on. We need to choose our work very carefully and make sure every time Scopa intervenes, people can see that the quality of the work is good and that the outcomes can be measured as well.
All right, thank you so much. That is Songezo Zibi from Rise Mzansi. Do not run away, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. Come say hello to me. You're back at your portfolio. Thank you. We are now, I'm pulling, as you can see there, I'm pulling our new health minister, a returned soldier, if I may, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, who's returned to the health portfolio after a stint at Home Affairs. Good evening, Doctor. Welcome to Eyewitness News. Is it like fitting into a pair of old shoes, finding your way back at health? How are you making sense of being back at a portfolio you once knew so intimately?
Yes, I spent the whole period since the appointment listening to people and finding out what has changed since I've arrived. So it was it's a little bit difficult because I have to remind myself of things that happened some years back, but I'm getting there.
The president affirming NHI at a time where people thought that, oh, NHI might be in trouble because the ANC does not enjoy a majority. It has to make concessions as to power share, but it was clear to him that he must come back and say, this is where we still stand as far as NHI is concerned. We'll bring stakeholders on board. The importance of a statement around NHI in tonight's speech.
Look, Sidi, NHI is an obligation on us. We cannot continue to live in a country where when people are sick, as to whether they will get health care is determined by the depth of their pocket. That cannot be like that. So, second, had no choice. That I must tell you, it's an obligation for those of us who are well-to-do, who can read and write, who know something. It's an obligation on us to make sure that when people are sick, they get good quality and equal treatment regardless of the depth of their pocket. Surely that's very moral. Secondly, I haven't heard anybody who says they are against universal health coverage, which we call NHI. They always say we are for it, but
concerned about modalities. Before I let you go, though, Dr. Leon Schreiber has taken over your old portfolio. He's kind of caught the media's attention with some of the ideas that he wants to implement. What are your thoughts? Have you had meetings? Are you sharing with him some of the lessons? Because you left Home Affairs while attempting to also reform some issues around the borders and movement to the border.
Well, see, it's always difficult to talk about the portfolio where you have been when there is somebody there. But I'm sure you'll be aware that most of the things that are happening are things we've already. You will remember some of the announcements we've made in that portfolio, but I really wouldn't like, because it looks like we are competing. I'm not in competition with anybody. I've done my job in Home Affairs. I know where I stood. I know where I finished. Somebody else is in. They must take over and take the baton and run with it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Aaron Mutswari. Now you can run away. Thank you so much. Joining me now is the DS Asher Siripen, who's also one of our new deputy ministers, and he is part of the team that is at Treasury with Minister Enoch Gondongwana. Asher, welcome to Eyewitness News. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chidi. Thanks for having me.
Your first thoughts around the president's speech and what your key takeaways were tonight?
I think the president genuinely made an attempt to show that he's not pursuing an ANC agenda, he's pursuing a multi-party agenda. And so some of the pronouncements he made tonight included DA policy around the zero-rated VAT basket, around containing the debt and deficit, which obviously is a big focus of the DA for many, many years, saying our debt situation is unsustainable. I mean, quoting word for word a DA minister saying we should turn South Africa into a construction site.
I mean, look, I caught that, and I think about the Public Works Minister, Dean McPherson, rather. But what I found interesting is you saying that it did not feel like an ANC plan. It did to me. I was like, oh, take NHI, oh, take Triple BE. It felt a lot like an ANC manifesto coming to life tonight.
Yes, I mean, obviously, I said it's a compromise speech. It's not solely an ANC speech. So there are things we disagree with. NHI is a big one. We will have a frank discussion around BE, of course, because it's not DA policy, but a GNU involves compromises, and the president did his best tonight, I think, to incorporate a multiplicity of views on what matters. But I think what we all agree on is that the apex priority is growing the economy, creating jobs, getting people out of poverty and into work. And he articulated for the first time in his presidency a pathway to get there. And I think that that deserves to be supported strongly.
I struggle to believe that it's the first time a pathway has been articulated. I think the struggle hasn't been articulating the pathway. It's actually been working towards that pathway. South Africans, I don't believe, even if it's a coalition government, trust that our government will move us in a direction that gets us there. Your thoughts on even that?
Well, we've seen lethargy, you are right, into government, and I think over the last 5 years I think a lot of people got very frustrated with the slow pace of things, but we've seen with the competition now between ministers from different parties that the pace is quickening and that people are reporting to work every day, probably for the first time
every day,
as they should be. I work Sundays. The last 2 Sundays I've been at National Treasury, I've been at the DBSA, and yes, people are now working every day and there's nothing better than competition between people to say who can do the best job. And I think that gives me, in the GNU, as a member of the GNU, some comfort that we hopefully will deliver results. I'm hoping, of course, that the DA ministers, myself included, will outcompete our colleagues and deliver the best results for South Africans. But hopefully that rebuilds trust over time in the idea of government, the idea of democracy, and the idea that your vote determines your circumstances, because that in this last election is what I suspect people gave up on.
I like the idea of ministers competing because hopefully South Africans benefit. Before I let you go and move on to the ATM, how are you finding your footing?
Enoch Gondongwana and I have always had a good relationship. When he took office, I said he was a good man hampered by the politics of the time. I still believe he's a good man. Obviously, there are areas of major disagreement between us, and that's fine. We will, but there are things that we agree on, and where we do agree, we've agreed to find each other to have regular discussions, and we are moving at pace. He's given me a set of very good delegations and a lot of work. So he does keep me busy, but we are working well together, and so I'm finding my feet very quickly.
All right, thank you so much. That's Deputy Finance Minister, one of our Deputy Finance Ministers, Cyril Ramaphosa, speaking to us. He says he works 7 days a week. He must be journalists. We work every day, every single day. We are hard at work. If you ask me about the election cycle one day, I'll tell you just how many hours we put in on a day-to-day basis. I want to bring in now Vuyo Zungula, who's a leader. The ATM, of course, forms part of that progressive caucus. They held a media briefing earlier on today, and we know where they stand as far as the GNU is concerned. We know that they're not impressed with what's on offer. Let's try and get a sense of what they think of tonight's speech. Vuyo, good evening. Welcome to Eyewitness News. Always good to see you. I say to you all the time, it's great that you're back in Parliament. You listened to the President's speech tonight. Your thoughts?
You know, City, what the government, the President has mastered. You know that Bible verse that says, "Give us our daily bread." Giving the country the same daily bread since 2018. The issue of inclusive growth, growing the economy, social compacts, he's been speaking about those things since 2018. However, if we observe now the practically, are his speeches leading to a change in terms of the lives of people? Reality. So, as from our side as the ATM, he missed an opportunity to say we are 30 years into democracy, and because we are 30 years into democracy, it is clear that there are fundamental problems that need to be addressed. And in all of his speeches, he's not speaking to the fundamentals. He's only speaking to cosmetic issues that for the past 6 years he's been president clearly are not yielding any positive change in the lives of the people.
I want to go back to something that Cyril Ramaphosa said, but before I do that, let me also ask this question. Do you think there's any way of getting them to move in a different manner as the president to try and move from that posture? Could there have been anything else that he says that would convince you that he's moving in a different way, that there's a greater commitment or urgency towards achieving particular goals?
Definitely. Let's talk about the economy. Everyone, including his own organization, is talking about how the structure of the economy has changed. However, there is no direct or deliberate or intentional plan to say, here's going to practically transform the economy so that you don't have the majority of Africans in from economic activities are in the hands of the few minority. They are not addressing such things. So for us, those are the critical questions that he should have been addressing. Not to say, yes, we agree that the economy, blah, 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 but he says nothing about dealing with the fundamentals that is causing these economic hardships the majority of our people.
Before I let you go, very quickly, the Progressive Caucus felt that the UDM is sold out because the UDM is not part of a government of national unity. Bantu Olumisa seems to be enjoying his time as Deputy Minister. He's pretty much saying, actually, no, he rejects that sentiment and says, who's fooling who? All of you have kind of had meetings, at least the EFF on that part, had meetings with the ANC on its own and its own dealings. Why is it that a smaller party was expected to behave differently? Your reaction to that back and forth?
Utatu Olumisa, we had a meeting on the Thursday before the swearing in. His own words, he said, Payana, let us find a way to work together, these parties. Moving forward, when the ANC is discussing with us, let it discuss with us as a collective. Those were his words. Now, he signed an agreement with the ANC, but he did not fulfill his own commitment that he brought in the meeting that the ANC must come and talk to us as a bloc. So hold him accountable based on what he committed in that meeting, because we did not make that, that discussion. It is him that was saying that we've been discussing with the ANC party. Let the ANC come to us as a block. He went against his own commitment. So he must be held accountable based on what he committed, not other people.
All right, thank you so much. That's Vuyo Zungula from the ATM, who's greeting there in pink, one of my favorite colors, the ANC's first Deputy Secretary General, Nomvula Mokonyane. You know I like pink. It's my favorite color.
That's
next
my
to
favorite
black.
color.
My favorite one. All right, world.
It keeps me warm.
Pink keeps you warm. Yeah. No comment. Thank you so much for joining us, Nomvula. Your sentiments on the president's speech. Your first take.
A good speech that helps to move South Africa forward. The is a speech that also speaks on the manifesto of the ANC. Remember, we also said jobs and inclusive growth is a very important priority. And with the speech as the president has delivered, we're quite happy as the African National Congress. And also his assertion about the national dialogue. Again, a commitment of taking South Africans forward as we have committed when we're campaigning.
What concessions were made to the DA? I listened to that speech. It sounded like an ANC manifesto.
There are no concessions that were made. You see, there's a difference.
But what is coalition?
No, it's national unity. It's national unity in action.
You don't have majority.
There's a difference between campaigning for elections and now having to sober up and think about the future of the country.
Has the ANC understood fully that it's lost power?
The ANC didn't lose power. The ANC received
lost the confidence of some.
The ANC didn't get absolute majority. The ANC didn't get absolute majority, but the ANC still enjoys it being the party that received the larger portion of the votes. We do believe that we could have had more, and hence we do not want to see a situation where we can be disrupted. Hence we called for everybody to come and work with us.
Before I go to the ACDP, my the issue with the ANC has always been implementation, by the way. South Africans generally don't have an issue with a lot of your policy positions. They have an issue with implementation. You are found wanting, you drag your feet, and now you have ministers who are energized, who are active, who are loud and boldly trying to get themselves into the work. How do you manage that? How do you rally your troops in government? How do you even get South Africans to believe that actually this time around you will do what you've committed to doing?
If you look at our own commitments around building a capable state, we emphasize the need about the functionality of the three spheres of government. Then make each and every minister, deputy minister, to really work like there is no tomorrow, because the competition is quite high, you can see. And I think it's good. I hope that no minister coming from the ANC will be found wanting.
You must deal with your people. Thank you so much. That's the ANC's Nomvula Mokonyane speaking to us there about her sense of the speech. I think the ANC, and that's why the ANC's way it is today, isn't it? It's a question of trust, the trust deficit going between the ANC and supporters over the years. I'm joined now by the DP's DT. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Welcome to Eyewitness News. Your take of the president's speech. What's up for you today? What message made sense to you? What was believable in what the president had to deliver?
Well, I think firstly, let me indicate that the position of the ACDP has been that we are not a part of the GNU. Our position certainly is going to be to hold government to account, to hold the executive to account. It is the constitutional mandate that the ACDP has, and the ACDP will take that particular mandate seriously. Having said that, we wish the GNU well. The GNU, and from what the president has indicated, wishes to see the country growing, wants to see the people of South Africa making progress, wants to see an inclusive society and an inclusive and a growing economy. These were some of the things that the president spoke about. He spoke about reducing the cost of living. The ACDP reducing the cost. Many South Africans to the supermarket have found that inflation has eroded into your earning, and I think that most South Africans can identify with that. But the challenge is, how is the president actually going to do that where we have a crisis in terms of a fiscal crisis that South Africa is currently facing. A fiscal crisis where 70% debt to GDP of some 74%. We have a budget deficit of 1 billion rand in a budget of 2.3 trillion. We have budget cuts across all departments. So how is the president, where those budget cuts essentially means that there is less service delivery from those particular departments? How is the president, with those promises that he made, going to implement, because it needs answers?
I want to also touch your thoughts, get your thoughts on the issue of education. He spoke about early childhood development. He did not touch on the issue of the Bella Bill, NHI, another contentious part, but he did not speak about the Bella Bill. I remember how fiercely opposed the ACDP is to the Bella Bill. Are you worried that you've got a GNU that's got the just roughshod rather, over other concerns, other issues, and the roles really of smaller parties in Parliament?
Well, the ACDP is also on record as saying that we will continue to oppose the Bella Bill. We will continue to fight the fight on behalf of parents who feel that the Bella Bill excludes them, that the Bella Bill erodes their constitutionality as parents, to educate the is have members of the GNU that in the previous dispensation, in the 6th dispensation of Parliament, have also indicated that they are opposed to the Bella Bill, like the Democratic Party. Okay. It's now going to be to see how ethical and how true to their word parties like the DA, who have opposed the Bella Bill, are going to be as we move forward.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to leave it at that. It remains to be seen, and that's not the only issue. When you think about parties like the DA, people look at the Democratic Alliance and say, you've made particular commitments, but even Pala, now that I think about it, would then the panel's report to be dealt with, so to find out whether or not the president should face an impeachment matter. And suddenly the DA can't put itself in that position because it's in government with him. So there are going to be, I think, a lot of moments in Parliament where parties that have acted in a particular way in the past will be tested under a GNU government. I am looking around. I want you to look around a little bit. Lots of media speaking to different politicians. I am keeping an eye on the minister and the presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, who's just a throwaway from me. Hopefully I'll be chatting to her just a bit, just to find out also from the minister in the president's office what her sentiments are, what went into writing this particular speech. Very interesting issues around the bread basket, making life slightly easier for South Africans who are suffocating. She joins me now, Minister Khumbudzo Ntshavheni. Thank you so much for welcome to Eyewitness News.
Thank you for having me.
I feel like we waited for a very long time to hear the speech. When you think about elections on the 29th of May to get to today, because I waited for today to feel like, oh, the elections are over. It's been a long wait. How do you feel? You are finally delivered his address opening the 7th Parliament.
So more deliverables and clear targets, and what we are currently dealing with, for instance, we're dealing with the issue around the presidency, the presidential employment stimulus, the Operation Vulindlela, that mandate, and the support that we have to give the presidential working on eThekwini. That work has to get on, but also the reforms that Vulindlela has to drive, of making sure that local government works, that is key. But we have a broader responsibility as the presidency, coordinating the work of government and making sure that all of us work together, and will continue in that path in supporting the president, make sure that coordination takes place, and use this ability to do the reforms and get everybody, the convening authority of the presidency, to get the focus on the employment. We need remember last year we spoke about reducing the cost of living, and there was no concrete things that were coming through. Today the president has articulated a clear plan of interventions around using public transport system, in particular, and the fuel,
reducing fuel.
And and also the basket, increasing the basket of food products that will be exempt from VAT. So that work has to be done, and we'll have to make sure that it's done speedily.
There is a question for me. I look at you and I think that the president, and I think he said it in his speech, wasn't building from a blank canvas. He had started from a point that built on over the past administration. People aren't convinced about the work of the last administration. What is South Africans saying? Why is it so hard to see the reforms, the rebuilding? When you look at, even think about corruption, why is it so hard to see what work has been done in moving towards a particular direction?
It's a combination of a multiplicity of factors. One, we are and as part of celebrating Nelson Mandela Day and also activating people to listen to the OPA, we went to the Cape Town train station and the Gibela project that is now marked with the 30 years of democracy and freedom. But we also visited the student residence that is built by PRASA as part of harnessing their property portfolio. And that room, I've gone to posh universities, but those rooms are better than any other university you could have. The room itself, a single room, has its own kitchenette, has its own bathroom. They've got social spaces, they've got those. And I was asking, what are we not getting our youth to appreciate in terms of that work? So also our ability to communicate the achievements and also to showcase those achievements to South Africans. We are hoping to partner with you in the media from the GCIS perspective to showcase the achievements of our country. Our country is a very developed country coming from where we come from.
Help me understand this. The president spoke about the issue of red tape. It's one that he has been talking about for a really long time. When I track it, I go even beyond 2021. Why is it still because I think that's still there, as if there were no attempts? I think Sipho Nkosi headed at some point in his very office to try and deal with that.
We have done a number of red tapes that we removed, but the more you resolve, the more issues come through that you need to resolve. For instance, the issues around the bylaws in municipalities and their implementation. If you remember, I was in small business as part of those red tapes that we were talking about. The applications for permits for informal businesses. We have reduced that red tape. We have reduced the cost of informal businesses to apply for business licenses. But that is, when you deal with that, you must say, how do they access the spaces from where they operate, and how do you make it easier for them to be accessible? How do you make sure the reserves in the streets are business and trading spaces, but in a manner that is sustainable, in a manner that does not degenerate the cities and towns?
You're getting to work and you're going to be accessible, and the president will hopefully also engage the media. I hear yes.
I'm very accessible today.
Your boss too.
We'll get the president to the media.
The boss must speak to the country. The media is that instrument. Thank you so much, Minister. That's Kumbuzan Chaveni, Minister, and the President is speaking to us about the President's speech. I'm almost done wrapping up, but I do want to bring in one other guest, a special guest who, I must tell you, gets pulled by everybody in every direction. I'm hoping to drag her very quickly in Twilight. I think I've won. I think she's here. Thank you so much. I'm joined now by Professor Tuli Matonsela. Professor, thank you so much. Welcome to Eyewitness News. I want to start with you. Let's start with the statue of Tata Madiba. It is his birthday. He will have been 106 years old today. I think not enough today, I think, has been thought about Madiba. There are pockets of society that did think today about Madiba and his own sacrifices. What has been going through your mind as you made your way here, as you sat in Parliament listening to the President, as you figured and thought about where South Africa ought to go?
Well, I liked the idea of reclaiming Madiba's footsteps. As the President said, you know, when you summit one hill, you realize that there are many more hills to summit. And when Mandela left, he did indicate that we have just won the freedom not to be oppressed, but economic freedom and social freedoms were still outstanding. And I heard in the President's speech nuggets of reclaiming that, but not just speaking to those who are disadvantaged under apartheid or those who are suffering from generational dispossession. He spoke to the whole nation, and for me that's what has been lacking, getting everyone, black, white, rich and poor, to own inequality, to own poverty, to own hunger, and to join hands in making this country work for everyone.
What kind of government does he need to build in order to get us there? He spoke about, as he said, the issue of inclusive growth, poverty. He spoke about building a capacity. What sort of government do we need at the helm, and also what kind of society do we need to receive that?
Well, we need a firstly that has a vision. So hopefully with this dialogue that is going to start, we need to get in concrete terms what will South Africa look like. Yes, the NDP gives us some brush strokes, but it doesn't concretize clearly. What do we look like in terms of land ownership? What does it look like in terms of who owns the economy? What is the place of women? What is the place of children, people with disabilities, etc.? So we need vision. We need, of course, making sure that all capabilities of our people are released, as Amartya Sen says. Thirdly, we need to make sure that nobody, even before we develop the economy, nobody lives beneath the level of a decent life. And in that regard, that social grant that the president, I didn't hear him mention it, but maybe he did mention it in
the SDR grant.
Yes, I would like it there, because if that grant doesn't come back, or if that grant is diluted, GBV is going to increase. Because what happens is, in the absence of that grant, those who are unemployed, those who are not hungry, or those who are hungry, they then leverage the child grant. So parents are fighting over the child grant. Grandmothers are being, fought over the grant that they have. So you need a nation that looks after all its people directly, not indirectly.
I think that speaks to the BIG conversation, the basic income grant conversation, about how do you help lift your people up. He spoke a great deal about municipalities. I think about your role when you're in a Chapter 9 institution as public protector and what you dealt with or what you saw during that period. The president spent a fair amount of time speaking about municipalities and what ought to happen. What were you also processing in that moment or hopeful for, considering that so many of our municipalities are in the state that they're in?
Well, I loved the fact that, number one, he was talking about rebuilding them so that they are capable public institutions, but he said something that we all should take up, where he said they should be engines to drive inclusion and growth. Up until now, there's been a tendency not to see municipalities as being anchors of an inclusive economy and a well-being society, and he brought them to the fore as someone who's involved in the Cities Alliance, where we think really human well-being and inclusive economic growth has to be driven by cities. That was music to my ears.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that, because when I speak of municipalities, thank you, Prof. When I speak of municipalities, I realize I'm not done yet. I actually have one more person that I need to speak to about municipalities. I see Cooperative Governance Minister Dr. Vinkosini Tlhabisa stepping in. So on that note, before I actually sign off, let me finish off with him as well. Mr. Tlhabisa, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Eyewitness News. I'd like you to not be so far. Good evening. I was just speaking now to Professor Madonsela about municipalities. They got a fair share of airtime from the president today. Well, eThekwini, specifically Durban, also got a mention. So let's speak a little bit. Let's start from there about the issue of municipalities, which is something that you are in essence taking care of, really.
The address by the president was on point. He spent sufficient time to talk about the local government sphere, because we need to have stable municipalities. For every progress and development and maximum service delivery, it can only be achieved once there is stability. The 10 political parties in the government of national unity agreed over the weekend when we were in the cabinet Lekgotla that we will pull together. We will ensure that we give confidence in our country, especially at a national level, to have a government that is stable. But that stability must filter down to provinces and to local governments, because every development happens at a local government sphere in a particular ward. The priority, therefore, create stability in every municipality. When I delivered the budget of the department, the theme was make every municipality work. That is what we will be championing by ensuring that the dysfunctional municipalities will have to be visited. An analysis must be done as to what are the shortcomings, and we will pull every support in terms of political support, administrative support, technical support, experts in finances to ensure that our municipalities become functional. Once municipalities are stable, there will be a conducive environment for the economic growth, maximum service delivery. The municipalities who owe ESCOM and who owe big money in terms of water, there will be a reason for people why they must pay for electricity they consume, because there will be stability in electricity provision, water provision, the infrastructure will be well maintained, because once a municipality is functional, it gives courage to the citizens to pay for the services rendered by the municipality.
Considering the state of dysfunctional municipalities in our country, one would make an argument that this is an arduous task that you're taking on. You are new to the role. Do you have any idea what the timelines could possibly look like to try and do the assessment that you envision?
We received a handover which showed us exactly the dysfunctional municipalities. I'm very happy because very soon we will be releasing the latest report which shows a dramatic improvement in terms of dysfunctional municipalities. The President soon will be appointing the champions of the district development models who will be championing growth, service delivery across our country. But we will zoom in the remaining municipalities that are dysfunctional to push them to a state of functionality. I understand it is a big task, but we are equal to the task because the team of parties in the Government of National Unity, we agree that we will pull together. The seventh administration must be a turning point in our country. We must bring a real permanent change, and change must begin at a municipal level where people live.
All right, just before I let you go, very quickly, what went into this particular speech? You know, some of us are listening to it going, we wonder where the concessions were made, how do they find each other, where do they find one another? To you, when you listen to the speech today, could you locate the influence, your input as the IFP in the speech?
Definitely, the IFP played a major role during the negotiation phase to form a new government. As you might have noticed, that we were not speaking in public, but we were using relevant platform to make breakthrough. And in the Cabinet Lekgotla, we were part of the discussions, we made our contribution, and the outcome of the Cabinet Lekgotla is what we saw today. And if you know very well, as you would know, the IFP was the second political party to sign the statement of intent. We were very quick to rise to the occasion, to respond to the call by the people of South Africa that political parties find each other, work together, take us forward, and we are committed. We will be part of this GNU for the next 5 years. We are going to ensure that we press a reset button, we open a new page for our country. Anyone who is thinking that the GNU will not survive more than a year or 2 years, he or she must forget. We will finish 5 years because we are responding to the call by people of South Africa. They said, work together, and we will honor that call.
All right, thank you so much. That's the IFP's Velinkosi Tlabisa, but also, most importantly, there is also a minister, hold on for a second, there's always a scrum. That's also the Minister of Cooperative Governance, saying that the GNU will last all of 5 years, saying that South Africans have asked them to work together, and that's exactly exactly what they intend to do. South Africans have asked for power sharing. They put that on the table. I am coming to you from the precinct here in Parliament. We've spoken to different leaders about their many views. There are many views about what they want, and that's it. I'm going to call it a day. Thank you so much for joining us. Back to you in studio.
My dear, there she's been talking to a panoply of people, all giving their ideas and thoughts about Cyril Ramaphosa's speech. Sanusha Naidu is still with me in the studio, and you were just reading me a comment from Gayton McKenzie. What did he say? It was President's best speech ever.
He was very complimentary of the President's speech. I think this is part of Gayton's personality. I mean, he's always got that spring in his step. You kind of get that sense that he's infectious in many ways.
Absolutely.
And so, you couldn't expect anything less from his comment about the speech. He's also been very open about what he wants to do in his portfolio as minister. You saw him this week in Parliament on the budget speech. He reacted to the question from the EFF MP about why do we continue to have this kind of dual national anthem, which is Nkosi Sekilele, Africa, and then of course the STEM. He justified it. He said this is part of what we have to move forward on. So I think this is something that's interesting, and it's the kind of general feel you get from the politicians, the members of the cabinet, opposition parties that were that Sidi had spoken to. There was you kind of understood from the MK party as well as the ATM that they were never going to come out and talk about a speech that
MK said lies, lies, lies.
The MK said that this is a speech that just keeps getting kind of repurposed. It's very cosmetic and doesn't talk about the real traction, the real issues that need to be discussed around the land question and how the employment will happen. And I think from the ATM as well, we knew that this reaction was there. Surprisingly, Raisa Mzansi called it a speech that was an interim speech. It was something that was important. It's not a speech that will basically set you in terms of reflecting on a kind of set of benchmarks, but it's about coming next year and doing that first test.
But does this go back to what you were saying, that it's only really been in power for a short time, the GNU? I mean, what do you really have to talk about at this stage?
Today marks 50 days after the election, and of course the GNU hasn't really, the first really kind of sight of each other is the cabinet Lekgotla that happened over the weekend. And from there we kind of get the sense that the president touched on a number of issues that kind of brought in and extrapolated a lot of the discussion into the speech. But of course the challenge is now what's going to go forward, as we listen to the DA's Deputy Minister of Finance talking about, he took our point about the construction site, he took our issue around the question of how to deal with certain questions with regard to the fiscus. But again, this is just now setting a tone, setting an agenda. The question would be in the next 6 months, after the first 100 days, after they have their medium-term budget plan discussion, all of that stuff, is how do they actually now start to bring that kind of traction and the implementation. And I think the minister in the presidency was very important in terms of, she spoke about the idea of how this needs to kind of find its cohesive center. However, it's going to be a difficult task because you also got challenges coming in from different ministries around how do they actually deal with local government. I think the Minister of Electricity and Energy talked about electricity.
Boy, does he have energy.
He talked about energy as an anchor to the economy. There's so many other anchors, the freight and logistics question, the issue of small business and so forth, local municipalities who are not performing. It kind of throws things up in the air because suddenly you're going to have ministers that are going to probably spend 7 days a week in a ministry and trying to work out and get through the whole kind of architecture of that ministry.
Well,
and
the Deputy Finance Minister was saying what we should do.
And I thought it was almost like what journalists do, spend so much of time kind of doing the kind of background reading, the work, understanding, picking things apart.
Okay, we are going to, you were talking about him being a colourful character and how you always get some sort of response from him. Alpha Ramashwana is with Gayton McKenzie, so let's pop over there.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, as you heard, President Cyril Ramaphosa just delivered his opening of the Parliament address, and of course we're going to keep you updated on the reaction as to what other political parties in the government of national unity and in the opposition think of what he had to deliver. To unpack some of that, we have the leader of the Patriotic Alliance, who's also now the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Minister Gayton McKenzie. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. You heard the President's address today. You heard what he had to say. What do you think?
I think this is one of his best speeches. It was pragmatic, it was truthful, it was factual, it was inward looking, it was outward looking. He said what is wrong, he said what is right, and I think we are in for a treat.
I mean, one would say you're only saying that because you're included in his government of national unity. Wouldn't you have a different opinion had you decided to stay in the opposition benches?
Anybody that knows me knows that I don't mince my words. If the speech was rubbish, I would have told you it was a rubbish speech. I'm not here for any other thing than to give a service to our communities. I mean, you listen to him. Let me unpack what he said for you. He said that we are going to see South Africa being a construction site. He also said that there's something wrong at the municipalities. He also said, how are we going to fix it? My issue is that, I don't have the luxury now of just pointing fingers. Fingers should be pointed at me. And I must be honest with what I'm hearing. Those are all plans. It's now for us to go and implement. It's for you to keep us accountable and say, have you implemented that which the President promised?
Do you feel the Patriotic Alliance policies in your manifesto, your turnaround strategy, are being represented in the government of national unity? Do you feel they are being catered for in the address that he just delivered today?
100%. You can't get everything that you want. Let me make you one policy that's big for us. The Sovereign Wealth Fund. There it's there. It finds expression in what he said. We spoke about the Patriotic Alliance is big on three things. I tell you, it is what he said about the Sovereign Wealth Fund. The Patriotic Alliance is big with the fact that minerals are leaving our country unrefined. It's found expression. Abahambe is not there yet, but you can't get everything during negotiation. If I walk in there and I demand everything, I should have gotten 50 plus 1. I didn't get 50 plus 1. So I'm very happy that the minerals will not leave our country. There will be beneficiation. We will refine our minerals here. I'm very happy with the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I'm very happy with the construction side he's talking about. But I'm equally ecstatic about the fact that he's saying that there is going to be help for local governments where we are having a very strong presence around the country, in the metros and in the municipalities. There will be help. So I can't come here and criticize that speech. I tell you, that's one of the best speeches.
You are known for starting your term at a very high note. We saw you demanding the department to release and publish the lists of artists who received some sort of funding from the department. What inspired that decision?
Public money is not secret money. It's public money. The public has a right to know. The public asks me, the public says, you have not done nothing, we don't get money in that department, there's nothing, artists are starving, all the artists that are dying don't have money. So I wanted to know, where did the money go to? I said, well, don't just show me, show the owners of the money. There's no shame. There's no shame in asking your government to help. Why do they want secret monies? We are not a mafia organization where things are happening secretly. The poor people are standing in the SASA lines for 350. We see all of them. You get 20,000, you don't want people to know. Who do you think you are? Not in my government where the president put me in charge of.
But the artists, some artists rather complain that you are shaming them in a way by releasing their names to the public to know that they've received money from the department. How do you feel about that?
No, but so the public is not the owners of the money shouldn't know where the money went to. We can't have that. How should the owners of the money don't know? What do they have to hide? Then, because I'm going to continue this trend, you ask, your name appears. You ask, your name appears. So then they shouldn't ask. Because the public must know who got. We've already found a lot of discrepancies there. We've found people that was paid twice. We found people that are not artists. So it's a good thing that's happening. And that's how things are going to be in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Mr. Mackenzie, you've welcomed EFF members in your political party. Patrick Sindane, who was an MP for the political party. And we also had Mr. Kenny Mutsamai, who's also welcome to the Patriotic Alliance. I mean, why welcome these people who left the EFF after being snubbed off the candidate list? One would say they left because they didn't get any position in Parliament or a seat in Parliament. Don't you feel it's going to be the same thing in your party, where the moment you don't give them certain positions, they'll run away?
I think, let me just correct you. Let's start with Mutsamai. He was a councillor when he joined EFF. He was a councillor. Mutsamai was a councillor and he gave up councillorship. So that tells you positions for him doesn't mean anything. Patrick Sindani, he was the national organizer. He left his job. How can we now come and say it's the nature of politics? We also have people leaving us. We're still going to have people leaving us. What stupid president of a party will I be when you have such great, hard-working people wanting to join our party because of the good work? I must say, no, we don't want you. You are here for positions. Yes, people want positions. People want power. I'm in politics for power. You are too used to politicians that lie to you. I'm in politics for power. Make no mistake. I'm here for power. Unashamedly, power. That's why I'm here.
Did you take your jog today?
Yes, this morning. No, today. No, not yet. Yesterday. Yesterday. No, but the night is not over. I can go to the treadmill now. I must go. But you can see I'm also losing. As you can see, one of these days I'll have a six-pack. I'll take off the jacket here, and this thing will fasten the jacket.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture and the leader of the Patriotic Alliance, Gayton Mackenzie, blatantly admitting that he's here for power. As we've heard before he was elected minister, he did also admit that should he not be in President Cyril Ramaphosa, he would leave the government of national unity, and he's staying true to what he's saying here. Of course, we are going to keep you updated on the reaction when it comes to President Cyril Ramaphosa's State of the Nation address, or the opening of Parliament address, as we call it now.
Let's leave Alpha Gayton Mackenzie and his six-pack and talk about something that really stood out for you, Sanusha, and he touched on the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Mm-hmm. What is it that you want to add to it? I mean, it's an important thing, and we were just saying...
A Sovereign Wealth Fund is a very critical fund that helps you to create the kind of investment policy, the investment trajectory, to bring back money, but also to be able to find the kind of investments outside that acts as not necessarily dependent on just foreign direct investors, but actually enables you to find that hook within your economy. Now, you look at successful sovereign wealth funds like the Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund, major sovereign wealth fund that helped to reinvest some of the money in terms of building Qatar as that hub, particularly on the airlines, etc. If you look at China's sovereign wealth fund was good, but they made some bad investments in things like BlackRock in the early mid 2000s, and that kind of had the kind of infrastructure investments that went bad. So a sovereign wealth fund has to be really a very critical fund that is properly managed. It can actually border into some kind of poor investments that can actually have an impact on the country. But a sovereign wealth fund can also be an important generator of income for the country. So countries that have done well with their sovereign wealth funds, Norway, Qatar, and sovereign wealth funds depends how you define the investment trajectory, the fiduciary requirements. It can also be a breeding ground for irregular activities.
Absolutely. All right, well, he's made it quite clear that he'll continue to name and shame artists as well, and that's his modus operandi. We had a nice wrap there of what people thought about the speech. The ATM and the MK, not surprising me, weren't impressed by it. Sanusha Naidu, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for watching.